it's a player, whether it's how the team's going to perform, anything. Give me your boldest take, because I have mine for you, and it involves one of the newer members of the Royals here in 2025.
Okay.
All right?
There's several newer members. India?
This is bold, but I don't think it's crazy. I'll let you guys be the judge, I guess, of that. Carlos Estevez will have a career high in saves and be an all-star. And on the surface, you're like, oh, what? Okay.
What's his career high in saves before?
Career high is 31 saves, so 32 is not an insane number. And a good number, when he had 31, by the way, he was an all-star that year for the Philadelphia Phillies, I believe it was. Or the Phillies, Rangers, whatever. Phillies, I think it was. So 50% walk rate was cut down. His walk rate was cut down by 50% last year. So that's a huge, huge swing for a player. He's in his 30s, but he's not 38 years old. He's going to be on a team that I think will have the starting pitching to put him in position for a lot of save opportunities.
Yeah, there should be some good save win opportunities.
I know Lucas Urseg is around, but I think they're going to use him in more of a put out the fire role than a save role. Doesn't mean Urseg won't get saves this year. I also know Estevez is getting the first opportunity to be the closer beginning tomorrow against the Guardians on opening day. So that's kind of I don't know if it's a hot take. It's definitely I think my bold take of the season is Carlos Estevez will have a career high in saves and be an all-star for the Royals.
I think that's what makes it fun. I don't care if you want to call it a hot or bold take. We just want the biggest opinion you have on the Royals this year that you genuinely believe. Look, I considered some others. Did I consider Jack Caglione be called up by July 1st? Sure, I wanted to say that, but I don't know that I believe it enough, right? I don't know if I believe it with my gut that that's going to be the case. My big take this year is that Michael Massey is getting ready to hit 25 home runs, and that will be way more at second base than we would have thought a month ago. I think when all this shook out and they were looking at him at left, looking at India at left, moving the positions around, I think the actual way it's shaken out now is Michael Massey is the almost everyday second baseman. Jonathan India is the almost everyday third baseman, even though he hasn't played third base a single day in the big leagues because he was blocked in Cincinnati. He played short and third in college. Mm-hmm. He can play third base. He's played more third in his career than Michael Massey, and Michael Massey was a Gold Glove finalist at second base. I mean, he's a guy who can play that position defensively, and I think between that and a few innings and left, not zero, a few innings and left, Massey's going to stay healthy this year, and I think his power potential has always been there. I think Michael Massey's hitting 25 homers. I'm not going to say
25 homers. Yeah, I mean that's a lot. That would be a huge boost to this lineup if all of a sudden they got that kind of production. I'm with you that as far as second base goes, that's going to be the position that he has a chance to get a little bit of a stranglehold on, because I do think Jonathan India has been impressive in spring by all accounts, from talking with Vern, from talking to other people that are out there. We've had Vern on throughout spring training, and he acknowledged Jonathan India at third base looks pretty darn impressive. And so if that's really the case, could that end up being actually an upgrade at third base defensively to go with the offense that we're all expecting?
It would be. I mean, Mike Garcia was a pretty good third baseman. Sure. But I think it doesn't hurt you in that spot.
913-586-7965. You're good, man. You're good. Allergies and stuff, whatever it may be, it gets to everybody.
It's just like a slight cold, and now they got that that tickle where you're just
yeah.
I don't want to cough every time I try to say 5 words into the microphone. Please go ahead.
No, you're good. What is yours, Drew? So Cody's going with Massey, second base majority of the season, 25 homers. I'm going with Carlos Estevez.
I don't even know if this is a
career high in saves in an all-star appearance. What about you?
I don't know if this is a bold take or not, but I'm going to say Q wins Manager of the Year. I know he was close last year.
Really tough this year.
He probably got screwed out of it actually last year.
Yeah, last year was his best shot. I think what's the criteria? How do you see him getting there?
The reason I believe, if I remember correctly, the Brewers manager, I forget his name.
There's no reason to know the Brewers manager.
Nobody knows his name.
I believe the Brewers manager won last year, correct, for the NL.
For the NL. And the AL was the Guardians.
Which I still think is nonsense because they were a 90-win team the year before.
I think that exactly actually might be the reason why he might win it, is because the argument against it was, well, the Guardians were good before he was anyways, where I think if you put back-to-back seasons of 85 plus 87 plus 90 plus win season, if you go back-to-back with, if they win the division and let's say they get to 91 wins, I think he should be your Manager of the Year for taking the Royals to back-to-back postseasons, for winning the division and upping the ante. I think the reason they gave it to vote last year was because they were just as good as they were the year before with him being the manager. Why can't Q win it for going back-to-back years even though he was the manager last year, I think it's more impressive.
Yeah, I don't think it's a hot take. It would, in my opinion,
I don't know if it's hot enough to be considered a hot take.
No, these are just bold takes. Bold takes. Sure. We'll read some from the text line as well. Bold takes. I think that's fairly bold because it definitively requires them to win the division. We agree, right? They have to win the division for that.
Or because I don't even know that 90 wins and second place in the AL Central necessarily gets it done unless it's this goulash, as we've said before, of AL teams in which nobody stood out, maybe.
He, I think, would have to win the division. And even then, it depends what happened in another division. Did some other team have a surprise year, Drew, in another division? Hell, if the Boston Red Sox won the AL East, I could see, what would it be, Alex Cora, right?
Yeah,
that's over there.
I think so.
He would probably be even manager of the year considering just the bounce back for that
AL
franchise.
East and the way people still view it, right?
So that's top it up. That's why they're bold takes. Here's a couple other ones from the text line, 913-586-7965. Someone says that the Royals win 95 games and the division and Bobby wins MVP. So coupled with the two. Look, that's correlation. We call that correlation. Bobby wins MVP. The chances of the 95 wins. The Royals winning 95 games in the division probably does mean Bobby is MVP. So the correlation works.
Yeah, those two actually do kind of line up pretty good. Someone says Jonathan India to lead the league in runs scored.
Ooh.
Told us last week it was plus 20,000 down to plus 10,000
You did,
now.
Texter. I remember that.
I'll give him credit. The odds have been cut in half.
They are. We looked it up. I remember that convo we had, and it is the same texter. And the issue we found was to lead the majors, Shohei Ohtani last year had 40 or 50 more than everybody else. It was something like that. And that was the problem.
But we talk about players who haven't stayed healthy for an entire season. Shohei gets to play in the field, but something has gone wrong with Shohei's body every year he's been in the bigs. So, and look, I don't know his injury history back in Japan. Can't speak to it. I'm just saying sometimes it's both. Sometimes it's just pitching. And pitching doesn't affect, but and it'd be pretty rare to have an injury that would keep you from being a position player, but not a pitcher. So, it'd be weird if he's I only pitch this year now. That's probably not going to happen. So, if he's hurt, it's hurt across the board. It's a long shot, but look, long shot bets are for a reason. And the argument for India is obvious. You have Salvador Perez, Vinny Pasquantino, and Bobby Wood Jr., who were 100 RBI guys last year. I know Vinny, I'm rounding up for his sake because he would have been had he been in there. And I heard Ryan Lefevre on the drive yesterday, who will join us out from Gate D tomorrow, point out the thing about Vinny that is very true. There are hitters who understand how to drive in a run. He was making the comparison to MJ Melendez, which was somebody else's bold take, by the way, that said he was going to be DFA'd by the middle of summer. Is that he had, he had just as many, that a similar number of home runs. He drove in half as many runs as Vinny. So MJ Melendez, this stat was nuts to me yesterday from Ryan Lefevre. MJ Melendez drove in 12 runs last year that were not home runs. You got to be better at getting RBI than that.
Right. Can't just be about trying to hit the ball over the fence.
And that's the argument for India is that Vinny will get you home. He gets on base, Vinny will get you home.
A few other ones from the text line. Someone says bold take. Now, this is, again, bold takes can be positive and they could be negative. This one a little more on the negative side from the 6-2 says bold take is they take a step back. The texter says rotation will not be tops in the league. Lineup outside of Bobby will regress. 78-84 missed the playoffs. That's on the other hand. On the other side of the bold takes. Someone else says last team to be shut out this year. Royals are 24-1. That they will be the last team to be shut out.
Ooh.
That's a bet you can do. It's a fun bet you can do. Yes.
So no
shutouts in the first month of the season. Is
what's crazy. If you had said Bobby MVP last year, I actually feel like that would have been a pretty bold take. You say it this year, I'm like, that's a pretty medium take.
He's the favorite.
I don't know, bolds. That's that's not even that's regular Chex Mix, not the bold and zesty or whatever, right? You're not.
Yeah.
Crazy enough, it's just not that big of a stance again because it does appear like he's going to do that. Not saying you can't say that that's your biggest one. Maybe you don't have any other bold ones.
Yeah, there's some other ones that I think are predictions more than they are bold ones. Someone says Salvi will get to 300 home runs this year. That's only 27 home runs. So, I mean, that's not that crazy to think Salvador Perez can hit 27 home runs here in 2025.
No, but he does have years where he hits less than that. And he has years that he hits more. So, okay. I think they were just putting around the idea that he gets to the 300 number, which is a big one for Hall of Fame stuff.
This one's very bold from the 816 says, Maikel Garcia will lead the American League in stolen bases. He finished third last year. I worry about the playing time aspect of that. I would worry about that. That is bold. That is a bold one. He didn't have enough last year, and then now playing time could be in question. I think it would be really tough to get to the AL lead in stolen bases.
From the 816, MJ has over 1,400 at-bats, Tired of the apologist, but the Royals are too loyal sometimes. Had over. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's not a prediction. He's just responding to you.
I was like, hey, I got 14. Yeah, no. Look, I told you yesterday we did the pick your poison. Who do you think has the biggest season? That's why you're not surprised to find out my bold take is Michael Massey. But I don't think it's crazy to think that the Royals what my secondary bold take. You have Estevez in there. My secondary bold take is that the Royals have a top 5 bullpen in Major League Baseball team of the year. I think that is a realistic thing that very well could happen. That would go right in line with your thing. But if I start looking at the arms that they possess inside that bullpen, that's not a crazy way to think about the Royals this year. And that could really be something that guides them.
We'll revisit these later in the show and obviously throughout the season. We'll ask Vern tomorrow to ask his bold take and also if he agrees with any of these. But again, you said Michael Massey, 25 home runs, going to play mostly second base. I said Carlos Estevez, career high in saves, going to be an all-star. Drew says Q wins manager of the year. Let's pivot to the Chiefs briefly. We know Patrick Mahomes, as we've talked about this offense and where it's been since 2019, certain areas have declined offensively. A variety of reasons for that, despite winning rings along the way. Earlier in the week, we had the discussion about the Detroit Lions, and are there personnel things you can emulate from them, right? And the folks over at an analytical site that's fairly new. It's called Field Vision, and actually some interesting data through the season, and they do some betting stuff as well, and it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, they just did a stat on Travis Kelce, too, that was pretty damning. He should stop running hitches.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, some of the data. So since 2019, Patrick Mahomes' deep ball has declined, they said. The numbers are way uglier than anyone realized. They go on to say the deep ball accuracy fell from 51% in 2019. He was number 1 in the NFL, to now 21%, which is dead last in the league. Now, I will disagree with this sentence because, okay, come on now. It says, why his arm could end the Chiefs' dynasty unless they fix this one brutal problem. Look, the deep pass needs to be more established again in this offense.
It didn't hold them back from getting to a Super Bowl and winning 17 games.
Patrick Mahomes' arm is not going to be why the dynasty ends, okay? Let me just put that out there before we continue.
I'm going to rank that as the least likely reason the dynasty ends for the Kansas City Chiefs, as a matter of fact.
Some of the data is interesting. We've discussed last year even at times, hey, where is the deep ball? We saw it all in training camp. We were up in St. Joe. It was there. Now, Hollywood Brown got hurt, and Xavier Worthy eventually, as the season went on, got better and better, but Rashee Rice got hurt. So a lot of this changed because of personnel. But in 2019, Mahomes, 50.9% completion rate, good for first in the league, 13 touchdowns, 2 picks. In 2023 is when this all slipped. Now, maybe we can correlate some of the O-line issues and personnel changes, but 2023, 31% completion rate all of a sudden on deep throws, only 1 touchdown, 5 picks. In 2024, 21.4% completion rate on 42 attempts, 3 touchdowns, 4 interception. If you're wondering who leads the league, ironically, in this, that's Russell Wilson, who now is a member of the New York Giants. He goes on to say in their article that defensive schemes evolved. We've talked about this since 2021. Teams are playing more of the too high safety look. Mahomes forced into some shorter throws from 2023 and 24, career low, 6.3 yard average depth of target. So I guess the question is, okay, do you believe this can be fixed? How much is this the wide receiver room? How much of this is the offensive line room? Or do we just think Patrick Mahomes now is just going to struggle when it comes to deep balls the rest of his career?
Yeah, I don't think. You know what I think this is? I think this is a volume problem. I don't know if anyone else. Problem. You think it's a what?
I think it's an O-line problem.
I think it might be both. The truth is, as you and I know, what do I think? He was the league's most accurate deep ball passer, and now he just can't do it anymore. And I'll admit, when he throws the deep ball, it's off. It's way off. I think some of that comes from what you're saying. The offensive line is making him feel rushed, and I think some of it is reps. I know that you can be like, well, he's thrown 1 million passes a gajillion times in his NFL career. He throws them all the time in training camp. How can you do it? You get in the regular season, and you throw 6 of them, 1 for 5 with a pick. That's not a good enough sample size to be like he stinks at deep balls. He doesn't throw them. The sample size to be bad at it is up because of the number of them he throws. Given the chance to go back to the volume deep passing game that they used to be, I don't think he's just lost the skill to throw the deep ball. I think they have lost the skill to run that in their offense, partially because of the way that they were playing offensively from a scheme perspective, some of it because of wide receiver talent, and some for what you mentioned in the offensive line. I don't think that he does not possess that skill. I think that this is a scheme problem, not a Patrick Mahomes problem. And yeah, that goes back to largely the thing we've been saying for a couple of months now, or I don't know, a huge chunk of last year, which is they are not an explosive enough offense, and they have not figured out a way to take advantage of defenses the way other teams do. And does that start with the offensive line? Probably. But I think he's probably just like I think he's a league average deep ball thrower. 29 is probably 2019, is the anomaly. But 2025 is the anomaly too, even though it's heading in the wrong direction. I think historically he'll probably end up being a pretty average deep ball thrower. Not the best in the league, but he doesn't have to be based on the way they run their offense, Gold.
Isn't this something that we'll learn, I think, a little bit more for this year? If
Sure.
Because if the
offensive line's good. If more stinks, then maybe not.
Well, because you said he was dead last, correct, Gold? I mean, there were offensive lines that were significantly worse than the Chiefs, and Mahomes was still dead last. So I think that's where you can say it's the offensive line, but I think the wide receiver talent might be more of the issue, as well as just Mahomes not being able to throw. But I think this year with Xavier Worthy and then Hollywood Brown, assuming that they stay healthy and Rashee Rice, whether he's suspended or not, stays healthy, this is the year where I think we'll really was last year during training camp just talk and it just looked good in training camp and you never really planned on it happening? Or is it your personnel changed, you had to divert away from the game plan of throwing the deep ball more, where if Xavier Worthy is healthy and Hollywood is healthy and Rashee stays healthy, do we see an uptick from 5 or whatever the number was last year?
Yeah, my guess is yes.
In terms of the volume.
Right. I think this is where
I hope so.
When Cody was saying, I think it is it's not just offensive line, but it probably is O-line time and the receiver room. And how many times for the last couple of seasons have we discussed which receivers can actually track the football down the field? And if we are going to agree that maybe Mahomes is not the best deep ball thrower in the league, and the numbers say he's not, well, then you might need someone that tracks the ball, has better field awareness. Much of for a month and a half, how many times we bring up Xavier Worthy struggled to have field awareness? That was not a problem that they had in 2022 with Tyreek Hill or whatever. McCole Hardman, throughout his career, struggled to track the ball down the field.
MVS.
So this is where hopefully Xavier Worthy improves in that area as well. I'm not saying that Mahomes doesn't deserve some of the blame. He obviously does. But it's a combination of both. If you're not going to have a quarterback that's his biggest asset that he has, well, then you need maybe some receivers that are able to track the ball better to make up for that. And they haven't had that recently. We're going to find that out this year.
No, but I thought Worthy showed some good skills there.
What's that?
Over 20 yards, I think.
It's
right?
20
or 25. It's something like that.
Okay.
That's a good question for this particular.
Because to me, I think a lot of people, it's easy if you hear deep ball to think of like 30, 40 plus. Like he's taking a shot, but it doesn't. 20 yards isn't necessarily a shot, in my opinion.
I believe here's the graph. I'm sorry. On 20 yards or more downfield is how they categorize this in particular.
I think a lot of
and he was worlds ahead of everybody in 2019. Like the graph is hilarious. Mahomes is way off to the right in 2019.
Yeah, that's an anomaly year. It's the dot on the other end.
If you're wondering, I'd have to look now for who do you think was the worst that year in 2019, or one of the worst? Josh Allen, by the way. So it's just kind of funny how things have shifted.
And now people think of Josh Allen as being. It just some of this is talent.
He has gotten a lot better at the. I'm not gonna say F it and just throw it, because 2019 I bet you was a lot of the F it. Somebody's down there, double team. It doesn't matter. I'm chucking it deep for Josh. I think it is a scheme thing though.
Brock Purdy was the leader in 2023, and Mahomes was Bryce Young was the worst in 2023. And then you go to last year, the best was Russell Wilson and Sam Darnold. Mahomes was viewed as the worst
guy.
Yeah.
I think it was a scheme thing too, just based on it was personnel. It was also just scheme because again, I know that the offensive coordinator problem or question mark always comes up, and it has with the text line and everything. But Matt Nagy might just develop the game plan a little bit differently than the way that Bieniemy did, along with the fact that defenses are playing things different. I mean, you mentioned 2019. Eric Bieniemy was the guy at that point. Things have changed in the last couple of years. Who's been the guy the last couple of years? It's been Matt Nagy.
Yeah, but they also had Tyreek. Like, we just pretend they're not working with the same deep level threat.
And they still had Eric Fisher in 2019, didn't they?
Yeah. And Mitchell Schwartz. Yeah. They had a great tackle situation in 2019.
Yeah, I know. I just think that it's more
a
of
lot of different
I think
things.
it's a lot of different things. I think the scheme plays a lot into it, of whether it's offensive line or not. It also is Travis Kelce is not running down the field as much. He's the reliable weapon and always has been. He's going to run those hitch routes and do the little twirl spin and still get you an extra couple yards in the yak. Rashee Rice, shorter yardage situation, possession type of receiver. They haven't, they got Xavier Worthy, and we saw in the Super Bowl what it could be this year and further on.
Perhaps they could improve on it via the draft. Here in about 10 minutes, we're going to be joined by Daniel Harms. He's an analyst for the Draft Network. We'll get his perspective on his latest mock draft. How realistic is a tackle or a guard even in the first round? We'll get that answer in just a bit. But nationally, across the NFL yesterday, national news was around the New York Giants, who brought in another veteran quarterback and their starter, presumably now, Russell Wilson. You guys saw that on a one-year deal, over $10 million guaranteed, could be up to $20 million. Russell Wilson, a few days after they brought in Jameis Winston. So Jameis is the number 2, Russ is the number 1. There's a major trickle-down effect that everybody's trying to figure out. I think we are trying to figure out as well.
Like, do they not think they're getting Shedeur? Do they not want Shedeur?
Is it that they are not taking Sanders at 3? Is it that they think the Browns are taking Sanders at 2? Is it that, no, they're still going to take Sanders, which is what they should do, by the way, take Sanders at 3 and have the weirdest quarterback room in the NFL of Sanders, Winston, and Russell Wilson? That would be something. And Winston, excuse me, are only on one-year deals, so they're not long-term options. But if I were a Giants fan, I would just be so depressed right now. Like this, what? Not only do we not fire our head coach and GM, we're letting now we're just going to roll out Russell Wilson. So we're going to win like 7 or 8 games this year with Russ, and we should just. What are you doing if you're the Giants? What a mess. Or they're going to do what Drew wants, or not once, but is suggested.
Yeah.
They're going to draft Jackson Dart in the 2nd or 3rd round now.
I will say, from just an entertainment standpoint, I pray for Shedeur, Jameis Winston, and Russell Wilson to be in a quarterback room office together, because please, I'm begging for that dynamic to exist. Are the Steelers going to start Mason Rudolph?
They better hope Rodgers doesn't retire.
Did you see the most recent Rodgers rumor? Is that what he's actually waiting out is hoping that the 49ers will just give up on Brock Purdy this offseason. Stop trying to get to better teams. They don't want you. Yeah. You can either the better teams don't want him, Drew. They don't want the headache. You can either go to the Pittsburgh Steelers or your ass can retire.
But
stop trying to get yourself to the Vikings or get him to fire Brock Purdy.
But they're in a spot now where if Rodgers just decides after an ayahuasca trip, I'm done, I don't want to play football anymore, the Steelers are screwed. It's Mason Rudolph.
Carson Wentz. It's a Carson Wentz, Mason Rudolph battle.
Have fun with that. That's exciting.
Isn't that something
they'll win 9 games?
We've talked about, though, the Steelers needing that. Like they need
lose,
it, and they need to not have a good. They need to have a bad season.
Right, but Mike Tomlin, I bet you, still gets Mason Rudolph to 7 and 9 wins. I
didn't think Russ was going to get a job, so kudos to him. He found enough interested parties. I thought when Jameis Winston got the job in New York, and it was clear the Steelers, at best, Russ was their backup plan, I didn't think he was going to get a job if Aaron Rodgers took one. And he found the Giants starting job, even over Jameis. I was genuinely kind of impressed that he was able to do it. He's coming off a mediocre year. It wasn't like he was miserably bad. Mediocre quarterback play, some teams will take. I don't know what the Giants are doing unless they're like, let's just lose. And let's hope Arch Manning is our pick at 1 overall next year.
That's what a lot of teams are hoping for,
Yeah, but
that's the thing that's crazy is that we don't even know how good Arch Manning actually is because the man hasn't played.
Correct. We're going to find out.
We have actually there is a better idea. You knew who Trevor Lawrence was even before Trevor Lawrence, at least. Arch, you have absolutely no single solitary idea how good he is at all.
Yep. You
have a better idea on how good Drew Aller is.
Ugh, yeah.
Which, again, you
might
think it's not that great.
Not good is the answer on Drew Aller.
Wait, is he a first-round project?
Drew Aller, Cade Klubnik, maybe Avery Johnson, and then Arch Manning are probably the top 4 going into
it's going to be just as bad next year is what you're saying.
I mean, we don't know that.
That doesn't sound way better than this year.
Cade Klubnik, I would say, is better than Jackson Dart.
I've never heard of him.
He's a Clemson quarterback.
He was very, very, very good in the last back half of the season. He was maybe the best He was one of the best quarterbacks in college football last year.
He's got like an auto-generated name at quarterback for like a
90s. That does sound
like a 90s movie.
That sounds like somebody when you're in the 5th season of your dynasty in NCAA 25 generated.
Cade Klubnik.
That's an AI-generated quarterback name.
True. Yeah.
You guys could really fool me if you started talking about something like, oh yeah, that's the guy. You could almost get a prospect past me where I'd be like, okay. Is that a real person?
Maybe randomly in the next month or so, Drew and I will have to drop some name and just roll with it and see if you think it's a real name or not. We'll just have to drop that in.
You can probably get me. I mean, now I'm kind of a little more in draft mode. I'm paying attention to the players, but especially very much so in the middle of a football
It's not just
season.
the players; it's where they went to college at. I mean, that could turn into a whole bit.
Oh no, I already can't do the colleges. I'm
we found that out with Bo Nix in Oregon a couple years ago.
A
year ago.
Your guy, Derek Harmon. Where did he go to college?
Oregon, only because he's my guy now.
He knows that.
He's my guy now. That's different.
Okay.
I'm working on my running back list. I want to settle on like one name I'm praying for,
Yeah, there's a good running back too, Brian Stevenson. He's really good.
Don't say random names like that. That's not a name I've heard.
In the SEC for a couple of years.
No.
Yeah. All right, up next, though, someone that does know just about every name that could be drafted in about a month or so in Green Bay, Daniel Harms. He's an analyst for the Draft Network. He joins us next.
What's up, Kansas City? This is Bobby Witt Jr., and you're listening to Cody and Gold, weekdays starting at 10 on 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com.
Hy-Vee's new fresh fried donuts are pure melt-in-your-mouth happiness with icing on top. Fresh out of the fryer every morning, you'll fall in love at first bite. Mix and match your favorite glazed donuts, donut holes, fritters, twists, cream-filled Long John, sprinkles, and gourmet delights. Pick up a dozen today. You'll be the hero of the morning meeting, queen of the book club, classroom parent of the year. Sweeten someone's day with decadent fresh fried donuts only from Hy-Vee.
I love saving money, and Hy-Vee is helping my family and me fight inflation. Not only are they lowering prices all over the store, but man, with those fuel savers, I save a ton at the pump every time I get gas. I love seeing that pump roll back to prices that I had when I was back in high school. And this week, you're going to have a chance to save. Thursday only, save 30 cents per gallon on gas with every $60 you spend on groceries. The more you spend, the more you'll save on your next fill-up, only at Hy-Vee.
This is Blake Fanning, here with fresh deals at Shawnee Mission Ford. We're on a mission to save you more. And during Ford Truck Month, you can take advantage of 1.9% APR for 36 months on all new 24 F-150 crew cabs, plus $5,000 off MSRP on all 24 F-150 STX and XLT models. Don't miss these Truck Month savings at Shawnee Mission Ford. And don't forget our lifetime powertrain warranty, along with our 1-year Select Plus protection on all new vehicles purchased. Don't let Truck Month pass without getting the F-150 you want and take advantage of 1.9% APR for 36 months on all new 24 F-150 crew cabs. That's 1.9% financing on all F-150 crew cabs and $5,000 off MSRP on all 24 F-150 XTXs and XLT models. So get your truck for a great deal right now during Truck Month at Shawnee Mission Ford. Shawnee Mission Ford, on a mission to save you more. All in-stock items include dealer discount and Ford rebates, taxes, title, and fees additional. Offer ends 3/31/25.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Colorectal cancer is the leading cancer killer in men under 50 and the second leading cause of cancer death for women under 50. The American College of Radiology urges you to get screened starting at age 45. Now, Medicare and insurance companies are required to cover not only colonoscopy, but less invasive exams like virtual colonoscopy. Talk to your doctor about your options. For more information on virtual colonoscopy, visit radiologyinfo.org/virtual CT.
Furnished by American College of Radiology.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Brought to you by Urban Air.
Urban Air is where fun takes flight. With our awesome attractions, it's always an adventure. Visit urbanair.com today to find your local park and book your tickets, membership, or birthday. Urban Air, let them fly. Attractions vary by park.
Opening day coverage is brought to you by Hollywood Casino. Stop by Hollywood Casino every Wednesday in March from 12 until 2 to register for your chance to win opening day tickets. Your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Back here on Cody and Gold, we'll get back into some of the stadium conversations, the latest from Mayor Quinton Lucas, but we want to talk some draft. We've been having some fun with the mock draft sounders, looking around how some of the industry experts are viewing potentially who Chiefs could take at pick 31, and we go out to the hotline and welcome in one of those draft analysts from the Draft Network, Daniel Harms, kind enough to give us some time here on Cody and Gold. I wanted to start, Daniel, because we're starting to sense a little bit more of a theme, but we're trying to figure out how the mock draft world is viewing it versus maybe even how we're looking at it, which is offensive line first round. How realistic is that still, knowing the Chiefs addressed the left tackle spot with Jalen Moore, and we think Kingsley Suamataia could be the left guard?
Yeah, so when you look at Jalen Moore, I think he might be a better fit in the future at right tackle, maybe replacing Juwan Taylor. So I think left tackle still makes a lot of sense for the Chiefs if a player were to fall into the 30s. Maybe they could want to trade up into the 20 area. But I think as an overarching concept, with the 27-year-old tackle who was predominantly a backup for the 49ers coming off of, the 4 or 5 starts that he had this past year, that's hoping he's going to improve, hoping he's going to be able to get better. But he still has those 4 years that he hasn't been able to start and play and develop in the league. So I think the future left tackle stuff still raises a concern, considering you don't know if he's going to be around and if he's even going to get better at left tackle. And that's the part where you're really trying to make that consideration. So I actually just got done doing a film review of Josh Simmons for RGRfootball.com, where I cover the Chiefs as well. So he's still in play there, in my opinion. So I'm excited to see what happens.
So you think if they were to go O-line, though, it would be a tackle, not a guard? Because we've seen some guards mocked, and that one just honestly doesn't make as much sense to us.
Not at all. I saw one with Tyler Booker. Not only does Tyler Booker a guard doesn't make sense, he's not a Chiefs guard. He's a pure power guard. He's not going to come in to be this athletic guy where you want to pull him and move him and things like that, where Andy Reid wants to, and that's not going to be his game. So I think tackle is probably the only offensive line option for the Chiefs in the first round.
If you think tackle's realistic, I love a varied opinion. Matt Miller had come on the show a couple weeks ago. He said of the 5 tackles who could go in the first round, 3 might end up being a guard. Or like in Mimbo's case, he's going to be a right tackle and he's going to be taken so high it doesn't matter. But how many of the tackles that could be in that range for the Chiefs, 20 to 30, do you actually think will stay at tackle versus they're taking the same risk as they are as Moore? As in, they might not end up being a tackle, and this all could be for naught, and they might land at guard anyway.
Yeah, I think that there's 2. The aforementioned Josh Simmons, I think, is going to play tackle in the league. And then Ariante Ersu out of Minnesota. He has 3 years of starting experience. I'm not entirely sure why he's getting projected elsewhere. you might have some soft shoulder concerns with him, but we see that being a little bit more functional, just trying to get back to your spot a little bit better and having the requisite athleticism to make sure you can cover that B gap. And I think that he has all those things. So those are the two players that I've kind of seen not only falling down draft boards, but in the area where you have opinions on Ariante that he's a second rounder. I have a first round grade on him in terms of for this draft, I would take him anywhere in the 25 to 30 range. And Josh Simmons probably would have been a top 10 pick had he not got hurt. And now we're seeing some things come up about character concerns, off-field stuff that just kind of seem to be coming up out of draft season, draft talk like we always hear. So that's something we're obviously not privy to, and the team would have to do their work. But those are the two guys that I have on my board that still make sense for the Chiefs at tackle. That would probably be in that range.
You cover the Chiefs for RGR, so you know I'm going to ask this question. Are his arms long enough? You know that Andy Reid's really particular about that, man.
I mean, at the same time, Jalen Moore has 33-inch arms too. Like they just gave him $20 million guaranteed, and he's got 33-inch arms. So Josh Simmons has 33. Ariante, I believe, is about 34, 33 and a half, something like that. So he has the requisite length, and both of these guys, it's about how you use that length, right? And a lot of these players, if you have 33-inch arms and it's becoming a big problem for you, that's where you see the concern. It's, I think, a good player for the Chiefs at tackle, if they have a good grade on him. The 33-inch arms aren't going to mean as much as that you see like out of Kingsley, who's got to develop, but he has all the raw tools to be able to do it.
We're talking to Daniel Harms, analyst for the Draft Network here on Cody and Gold. All right, when the Chiefs brought back Kareem Hunt, I was a little nervous because I said, well, does this mean they're not going to draft a running back? What's your take on that, and is there an explosive back that comes to mind for you? Because we all watched this team a year ago. They got to find some more explosiveness at that position.
Absolutely. Really, if you look at this room in 2026, there's going to be nobody. There's nobody there. There's no running back they have on the roster that is currently contracted for the 2026 season. So they have to still draft one, bring in possibly two running backs that are rookies that are younger. It really depends on how they want to, build the room. Do they want one guy that can handle everything? So you have a couple of options, or they want to build a room that has, someone that's more of a pass catcher, third down back, but somebody else like DJ Giddens out of Kansas State, who I believe is going to be a fantastic first and second down running back, who just needs a lot of development as a pass catcher and a pass protector. So you bring in, maybe somebody like Rashad Smith. So both of these guys, the SMU running back, who has done a fantastic job in the pre-draft process, showcased 19 touchdowns this year or this past year at SMU. Former wide receiver. He has, I think, a lot of the tools to become a third down back. Well, obviously, he's a fantastic pass catcher, explosive, and he's got really good running back feel. Giddens, on the other hand, one of the guys I just mentioned, is far better in terms of already developing some of the zone power concepts where he has the vision, the speed, and then he has the ability in space to string moves together, make guys miss. The problem is that he doesn't have very good pass protection skills, and he doesn't catch the football as well as you'd like. But if they want to build the room in a way where you have one guy that can do everything, I think Quinshon Judkins out of Ohio State makes a lot of sense for them. You've got Devin Neal, who can also do all those things out of Kansas. So there's a couple of different ways that this class can really allow them to go about it. And if they're willing to spend a first-round pick or a second-round pick on one of these running backs, you have a total package in a guy like Caleb Johnson out of Iowa, Omarion Hampton out of UNC if he falls down the draft. So there's a lot of different ways they can go about this.
I always feel like I ask people who they like. Who do you hate? You're like, all right, I don't want the Chiefs to take this guy. I know people like him, but please don't do it.
I don't know if there's anybody that I've watched so far that I hate, but there's a couple of names like Jaquindon Jackson out of Arkansas who's getting a little bit of buzz right now. He's power. He doesn't have the best vision. I like Cam Scatteraboo. I do. I love what he does. I'm a little concerned about the athletic ability at the NFL level. I don't know if there's anybody that I watched that I just hate, but those are a couple of players that I would be a little underwhelmed if I saw the Chiefs draft them.
What about on the defensive line? We understand everyone continues to tell us it is an incredibly deep defensive line. I want to ask you a follow-up. Do you think it's deeper like defensive tackle, at edge? Where can the Chiefs attack this draft if there are this many defensive linemen available?
They can do it at both, really. The defensive tackle class, I think in terms of the guys that have the well-rounded game, there's a little bit fewer, more first-round picks that you're going to see with some upside. Guys like Kenneth Grant that have been just have the upside. He's a really good run defender. He has the length, the athleticism, but the pass rush skills are still developing. And then you get down into the day 2, some of the day 3 guys, you start to spread out. Like we see this all the time with the draft, where you have some pass rush specialists, and you have some guys that are really good run defenders. And then on the edge side, I think that this is so unique, where we're starting to see more players come up out of nowhere, where they're Oluwafemi Oladejo was one of my favorite players at UCLA. It took me a lot of time, a lot of practice to be able to get there at this point. So he's one of my favorite defensive ends in this class, a former linebacker, and he played defensive end in high school. They asked him at UCLA to play linebacker, so he did that. And then this past year, 2 games in, they said, no, you're going to play defensive end, and you can see all the raw skills as a pass rusher. But honestly, he's got a much higher floor than I think people expected as a run defender, and what I expected. So you've got him. You've got some bigger body types, probably in the day 2 range, like Princely Umanmielen out of Ole Miss, his teammate Jared Ivey. Like there's so many different body types, skill sets. So this class itself, from both defensive tackle and defensive end, the Chiefs are going to find some players on day 1, day 2, even day 3 that can really help the future of their defensive line.
We're talking to Daniel Harms from the Draft Network. Locally, we know there's a lot of Missouri Tiger fans keeping an eye on Luther Burden. There's a lot of Chiefs fans keeping an eye on Luther Burden. What's the latest with him? I mean, I feel like the stock keeps going down, and then is it an overreaction? Where do you actually believe Luther Burden is going to go, and is the fall warranted if that's the case?
So I still think he's going to go in the first round. I believe in my last mock I had him going in the first round still. It's for me, when I watch him, it's hard to separate some of the schematic problems with the offense with the effort concerns that I had coming into the season for Luther Burden. Because there were still on tape times where he just doesn't run his route fully. He cuts it off early. He rounds his routes. They're not as sharp as you'd like to see. And then you can compound that with some of the offensive struggles they had this past year, where he's basically this glorified underneath threat with a couple of deep balls there every now and then. And it's hard to parse that through a guy who doesn't play on the outside at all, and then you want him to do everything in the NFL. So I think the fall is a little bit warranted. Again, I was a little under on him coming into the season, and there wasn't a ton of development from the wide receiver side specifically that made me think he should be higher. But what you see right now is what you're going to get, and that's an immediate impact player with the ball in his hands at the NFL level. Like, he has already the spatial awareness, the physical tools after the catch, down the field, the body control, ball tracking. So he's still going to be someone that can, in my opinion, goes in the first round based on pure talent alone. There's just a lot more refining to do with his wide receiver skill set that someone's going to have to either project or get in there and say, well, what's going on? What was going on with you at Missouri? Where is some of these effort concerns coming in on tape? So that's what was hard to parse out for me specifically, is trying to identify those different things. But the skills are all there, and that's why he's still going to go in the first round.
Big picture draft stuff. Just curiosity, what your thoughts are on Russell Wilson ending up a Giant. Do you think that they're out on no Shedeur? No, I mean, maybe Cam Ward's going to go 1. So, like, are they out on that game?
It kind of feels like they might think that Shedeur goes 2 to the Browns if you bring in 2 1-year deal contracts for quarterbacks in Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson, but I don't think it's going to prevent them from drafting Shedeur if he's there at 3. And I don't think it should. There's no reason it should. If you love him as a team, and again, he's, for both of these guys, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, they're like 1A and 1B for me. I don't care if you have one over the other. I have Shedeur as the 1A just based off of his accuracy. And I think while he gets himself into trouble at times, I won't say at times, it's a lot, he does have the skills to still manage the pocket. Maybe the arm strength isn't everything you want to see. But I think he's working on his release to get better at that. So if the Giants feel like he's still the quarterback that they want to draft and he's there at 3, it wouldn't shock me at all if they still draft him. It does feel like they might think the Browns are in a situation where they actually could end up drafting Shedeur, and they don't want to be without somebody that maybe can start for them.
That's just like a wild quarterback room. Jameis Winston, Russell Wilson, and Shedeur Sanders. I guess just go ahead and make them Hard Knocks now.
Please, right? Give us. I want a camera on those 3 at all times. That would be gold.
Oh, it would be absolutely incredible. What's the chances though of them deciding not to take a quarterback, the Giants, and all of a sudden then they go and they trade back in the first round or they wait till the second round and somebody like Jackson Dart is actually who they go with?
I don't know if trading back makes sense for them. They probably just draft Travis Hunter and then pair him. Again, at this high, I'm taking Travis Hunter and I'm playing him wide receiver.
Trade back into the first round. Sorry, not trade back in the first. Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense.
I got you. So this Jackson Dart stuff, man. And I don't hate any prospect. I want them all to prove me wrong. I'm just not a Jackson Dart fan.
Fair.
I think that if you want to draft him, you should be there in the second round. But also, if he's gone in the first round, just draft like a Will Howard on day 3 or a Riley Leonard. I don't think there's a ton of physical tool difference between those 3 quarterbacks to say, well, we want to trade up to get Jackson Dart. And when you look at what Ole Miss does from a schematic perspective, they don't ask a lot of Jackson Dart. Now, I'll say I was surprised with his physicality as a runner and his vision as a runner on tape. But when we watch him actually throw the football and go through reads, there's far too often where he's just waiting. He's waiting. And you can't wait in the NFL. The game speeds up. You can't get to your second read 5 seconds later or when the play finally breaks down and you move out of the pocket. You have to be able to go not just half read, full field read at times, but also get the ball out quickly, which we know Ole Miss does. They scheme all that stuff up as well. So I think that if the Giants traded back into the first round for a Jackson Dart, that would be a little bit of a mistake on their part. But overall, these teams are going to do whatever they want to do. And I think that what we're seeing with, Tyler Shuck and even, Jackson Dart to an extent with getting these talks pre-draft are reminding me a lot of the draft with Malik Willis, who again he was going to the Lions like in the top 10 or what it was. Just teams I think learn from that experience, and they're going to be like, okay, we'll probably evaluate these guys a little bit different. But if Dart goes in the first round, I mean maybe I'm wrong.
Daniel Harms, analyst for the Draft Network. Great insight on the Chiefs and the draft as a whole. We're counting down to draft day there in Green Bay. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you having me.
You got it. So we started the convo there asking him about left tackle and the guards, and he's with us where guard makes no sense in the first round.
It doesn't to me.
But
I guess I'd be kind of surprised if they went that route.
But he did say, hey, they could take a tackle with the idea that tackle, Jalen Moore, ends up being a right tackle long-term for this team after they move on from Juwan Taylor, and that they still need next year to have a left tackle.
They do still need long-term left tackle answers.
Sure.
They have just this season on Juwan Taylor and just 2 seasons on Moore. And as and we've discussed, 2-year deals in the NFL are 1-year deals. So they've really got 1 year on both, right? They got 2 contracts. They can go Moore again another year. But yeah, they don't have any long-term answers there. I wouldn't be stunned to find out it's a tackle in the first round. My bigger issue is that a lot of people think they're not going to be starting tackles. Now, he is now the second person because Drew said it. We've heard it in a different mock draft. And so maybe like 3 or 4 people now we've heard mention Simmons specifically as it relates to everyone seems to think he would have been a top 10 to 15 pick, but isn't because of 2 things, injury and character-related issues. And so if those are the real things, then I don't know. Maybe we'll find a way to work around it.
I wanted to briefly touch on the stadium stuff, right?
We'll get back to it later, too, sure.
Yeah, because
always interesting.
Mayor Q last night was quoted by KSHB 41 around an offer he says the city has made to the Royals. And I'll just read a few snippets from this piece from 41. It said that the city, according to the mayor, has offered more than $1 billion to the Royals to help the team build a new downtown stadium or renovate Kauffman Stadium. Now, I don't know why maybe it's just a technicality. Renovate Kauffman's not an option. We know that. So, like, you could...
Yeah, they don't want that.
The only way that money gets used is for a downtown stadium, in Missouri at least, right? Like, quote from Mayor Quinn Lucas in this article. We do have, I think, a very robust offer that combines state and local incentives. It's my view that gets you to a $1.2 to $1.4 billion range with no tax increase. It doesn't calculate or include the current Jackson County sales tax. We know currently that expires in 2031. That's 3/8 of a cent on retail sales to fund the Truman Sports Complex. He went on to say it allows the Royals to either go downtown or stay at Kauffman Stadium. He says he has not heard back, and he doesn't know exactly when he hopes to hear back from the Royals, but he's expected to be at the opening day tomorrow. So a couple things with that. I think the timing of that is fairly obvious, and this is what's tricky about the whole situation. We all know the last 24, 48 hours and what's happened over at the 119th and Knoll site and some of the reporting and everything around that, right? So then it's not a coincidence to me that, 8 hours later, the mayor of KC Mo says, oh, we actually have $1 billion package in front of the Royals. We haven't heard back. That's a little bizarre to me.
I think the Royals wouldn't want to know if you had $1 billion.
The other part that is, if it is true, that's interesting. The mayor is claiming that they have a $1.2 to $1.4 billion package that does not include the Jackson County sales tax.
I don't think they actually have $1 billion. All of it, across the board, right now, the sites, the money, it's all fake. And in the sense that, none of it is firm. That's what I'm figuring out here. None of the stuff that's been happening in the last 24, 48, 72 hours is firm. We're in this massive conjecture phase. What I'm trying to figure out about it is, does that mean we're close? Is it everybody is desperately lobbying their things back and forth with their other interest or different interests? Like, let's say the Royals are on one side. They want to make it think like they're going to Kansas, so that Missouri steps up. Is Missouri where they're going to Kansas and Q wants to look good? And he's like, well, I offered him $1 billion. It's not our fault that they left the city because he knows it's a stain on his legacy as mayor if both teams leave Kansas City, Missouri. And so, it feels like right now they don't have the same handle they used to have on what it is exactly the Royals are wanting to do here, which makes me actually think it's close. If the Royals are now close to maybe announcing their plans, they're going to keep this thing closer to the vest for the next 6 weeks. I don't know. I mean,
timeline keeps changing, man. At first it was going to be December, then it was by opening day, and now it sounds like maybe June or July. I mean, so
John Sherman speaks today at 1:50. We'll air that live right here on Cody and Gold. So maybe he'll give some nuggets in there based on the conversation.
The other part about, at least last night, from 41 and quoting the mayor, is the dollar amount he mentions. That does not include state funds. That if it's presented, if that is accurate and how it's presented, and we know in February 25th, I think was the date, the mayor along with some Jackson County representatives went to Jefferson City and they touted this bill that they've put together that's going to allow them to rival the Kansas Star bonds and everything like this. That bill is not even in committee. It's been sitting for, I think, a month as of yesterday. It's just been sitting there. Now, the session doesn't end in Jefferson City till mid-May.
6 weeks or something?
Middle of May or so, and then they're on break. So, what has happened with that? That was our rivaling. So how has the city all of a sudden come up with $1 billion without using any state money? That's impressive if that's the case.
Honestly,
I would love to
no
to
tax
know.
increase, and you just got $1 billion? Where?
Pretty amazing.
I mean, we could have been
I don't
fixing
know.
all kinds of stuff this whole time. Look, I think it's a lot of back and forth right now of people trying to figure out, no, it's us that's the favorite, and they're trying to stay in the favor. If Mayor Q hasn't talked to the Royals, then the Royals aren't starting those conversations yet, and they're still in some level of exploratory. I don't know to what level that is, but they're at some level of we're not sure which direction we're going. Look, I hated the 119th site, so if that one dies, great. I didn't like it. I didn't like the site. Didn't mean the stadium couldn't be cool or I wouldn't go or any of the other stuff. I thought that location has never made sense, and I don't want it to go there. I want downtown baseball, but I think there are better locations in the city that aren't downtown that could also work depending on it. But do I think that, if the Royals called Q today and they said, okay, we'll take the $1 billion, do I think he has it in hand? No, I don't think that that's the case.
Someone says, can I make a sports bet in Missouri on where our teams... Can I place a sports bet in Missouri or know where our teams are first? What happens first? Well, sports betting is probably going to be up in October or November in Missouri. They better have an answer about the stadiums by then, I'll tell you that. My money would still be on the Royals Stadium at least. I don't know about the Chiefs.
I'd have lost that bet a couple of times over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
It was 1 year ago in a week that the Royals lost. It was April 3rd of 2024 that the Royals and the Chiefs lost the vote.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a year, and they've yet to make any announcement about what their plan is after that plan failed. They've had 355 days or 57 days, and we're nowhere.
Anything that is out there publicly from any entity, Royals or Q, Mayor Q, that is, not Manager Q, or anybody, have to wonder.
Grain of salt.
You have to wonder, why is that being put out there? Like, why would somebody want that out there? That's not being critical of anybody that's reported anything. I'm talking strictly about, why would somebody want that information out there? And you have to step back for a second and think, what would the motivation be for that to be out there? That's all I'm saying. Not about anybody that's doing any reporting. Just, why would the mayor have wanted last night for that to become public knowledge? Sit back and think, the timing of everything. It's okay to be curious, right? Like, it's okay to question things. And that's where I'm kind of at on this whole thing. But up next, let's get to the 11 o'clock hour, and let's talk a little bit more about this bullpen and how we would view a solid year or an excellent year for the Royals bullpen. And we'll talk briefly about the Sweet 16, including reseeding it a little bit and who's winning it next.
This is Cody and Gold on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com.
It's spring weather in Kansas City, which brings severe weather. I told you I'm getting some work done by Century Roofing, and you should get your roof looked at too. Look, depending on the age of your roof, mine was in the middle age range. I was like, do I need a new roof? I'm not sure. I had them look at it about 6 months ago. They're like, no, you don't need a new roof right now. Just need some repair work done. Cool, let's do that. Then the wind caught part of our screen porch roof. I already knew Century Roofing did quality work, so I didn't have to worry about it, even though it's a different material, right? Oh, no, it's not the standard roofing material. It's that metal roofing because it's over the screen porch. That's not a problem. They handle every different material. They get better material prices that they love to pass on the savings to their customers because they do some of that, like in-house metal fabrication for parts of those things. They've installed over 30,000 roofs in the greater Kansas City area since 1990. So you know that they can take care of it. They offer free roof replacement and repair estimates, so you don't have to pay to figure out what it might cost. They'll work with your insurance company if it deems that it needs a claim in order to get your roof fixed. They just know what they're doing. 35 years in Kansas City, voted best in Johnson County 3 years in a row. They are Kansas City's best roofing team. Trust the pillars of strength. Go with Casey-based and female-owned Century Roofing, your hometown roofing team. Go to centuryroofingkc.com.
Folks are always asking me about QC Kinetics treatments. They want to know if they should consider it for their joint pain. If you're wondering if you are a good candidate, let's see if you answered a yes to any of these questions. First question, is your quality of life impacted by chronic pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or other joints? Do you have trouble sleeping, walking, and doing day-to-day movements? Next, do you want to avoid surgery and all of the pain, long recovery, and uncertainty that comes with it? And most importantly, do you miss doing things you love because joint pain is holding you back? Walking, golfing, jogging. If you answered yes to any of those, I bet you'd be a great candidate. So please don't wait. Call QC Kinetics right now and ask for your free consultation. Learn how the latest advances in regenerative medicine can get you lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Call 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299. Baseball's officially back, and you can make opening day and every other game day more exciting with Underdog. I love the Underdog app, and I love baseball season, so you know I'm going to have a ton of fun. To play, choose whether a player will go higher or lower on one of their stats, strikeouts, home runs, hits, and more. And they've got all your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. You can create entries with all baseball selections or mix and match across other sports as well. Millions of fans have already won billions with making plays on Underdog. Their app has over 100,000 five-star reviews and millions of players. Download the Underdog app and sign up now using the promo code BOB to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus credits when you make your first deposit. That's promo code BOB to get up to $1,000 in bonus credits instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 and over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
There are a ton of ways to kick off your day. Gym grind, endless scroll, or snooze button life. But McDonald's has a deal that levels up your morning above the rest. Now at McDonald's, mix and match your choice of a fluffy sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles and sizzly sausage McMuffin with egg for just $5. With a deal this fire, there's no better way to upgrade your mornings than with a delicious breakfast. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Single item at regular price.
Attention car shoppers, Kevin Harlan here with Rob Seid of Rob Seid Ford in South Kansas City. Hey Rob, what's going on?
We are making 2025 the best year in Rob Seid Ford history, and we are doing it with 4 simple steps.
Simple is what I love most about Rob Seid Ford. So Rob, what's the plan?
It starts with Rob Seid Ford's non-commissioned sales staff, Kansas City's lowest prices on brand new Fords, the best trade-in values, the biggest selection we've ever had. With those 4 steps, it is my personal mission to make Rob Seid Ford the easiest, most value-driven Ford dealership in Kansas City. No BS.
That's why Rob Seid Ford is the only dealership I'll send my friends and family to. But you're forgetting one thing.
What's that?
Rob Seid Ford is Kansas City's top-rated Google Ford dealership.
Good call. Can't forget about that. Check out Rob Seid Ford in South Kansas City at 135th and State Line, ROBSIGHT.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Colorectal cancer is the leading cancer killer in men under 50 and the second leading cause of cancer death for women under 50. The American College of Radiology urges you to get screened starting at age 45. Now, Medicare and insurance companies are required to cover not only colonoscopy, but less invasive exams like virtual colonoscopy. Talk to your doctor about your options. For more information on virtual colonoscopy, visit radiologyinfo.org/virtual CT.
Furnished by American College of Radiology.
Jefferson's Wings, Burgers, Oysters, located in Lenexa and North Kansas City, proud lunch partner of Cody and Gold.
Kansas City, this is Michael Massey. Listen to the play-by-play all season long with Denny, Jake, Ryan, and Stu right here on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
I saw this pop up again on my timeline. Have you guys seen this guy that's gone viral on TikTok? That I guess he puts his face in like a bowl of ice cold, a specific type of water too. Like it's Saratoga water or something. And he claimed, he's like, oh my God, this is how I get started in the morning. And, it makes my skin better, et cetera. But he's gone viral. Now people are just making fun of him overall. But it just popped up in my timeline again. There's a lot of people
doing it. Do you guys want to do this where like we record
my
ourselves
face in a bowl of water?
Cold water.
We also have to be shirtless when we do it because the dude is ripped. I think we have to go full on into the bit, the tape over the mouth and everything like that.
The tape over the mouth. Like what?
Well, so I think it actually
have you done this?
It forces you to obviously breathe in through your nose. It creates better breathing, something like that.
He's a lifestyle influencer, I guess, named Ashton Hall, and he shared his morning routine. Like he gets up at 3:50. And he's got it mapped out by like minute by minute. Like he reads a book for X amount of minutes, and he does this.
He wipes his face with a banana peel and everything like that.
Yeah, motivational videos. He dunks his head into this ice water. Then he runs on a treadmill. Finally applies banana peel to his face. face before he goes to work or whatever. I mean, the whole thing is insane. All I saw, I've seen it a few days now, and it just came up during the break, and so I was like, have you guys, everybody's seen this by now, right?
Yeah, it became pretty viral pretty quick.
I mean, I'm guessing that would wake you up pretty good. Stick your head in a ice cold bowl of water.
I'm waking up at 3:50 a.m. just to put my face in some ice water.
Wow, he gets his day started then. It changed your whole routine. Like I would love to be the guy that tells you I'm waking up, I'm setting the alarm at 5 a.m. and I'm going to the gym and I'm going to shower and then I'm going to be ready to rock and roll. That's just not me. You know?
It could be.
It could be.
You could make some changes. You could be like this guy.
I enjoy setting the alarm for about 7:15 in the morning, taking the dog outside, then getting ready to work, and then making my way here. And then in the afternoon, my routine is the gym late afternoon when it's empty and it's not busy. It's easy. I go around. I try to go by 5 o'clock if I can. If not, I go after dinner. But I try to do it before dinner.
After dinner is worse.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. By the time you're full, you go back home, and then to get back out is tough. So there's a perfect window with our hours, our show from 2:30 to 5. It's a great time to go.
Somewhere in that range. That's when you tend to go. Yeah. It depends on me. My mornings are the same.
Yeah.
After 2 o'clock varies.
The schedule going to be thrown off a little bit because tomorrow we've got opening day baseball. So we'll be out at Kauffman Stadium throughout the entire day. Hope to see you guys outside right around Gate D if you're making your way to Kauffman Stadium. I want to talk about an area that on paper looks like it is going to be drastically improved from a year ago. And that is the bullpen.
Yeah. And I guess what we kind of deem would make a good year for them. Anything inside you are a top 10 performing bullpen is a win. Huge win in Major League Baseball. And then top half, I would say, or top 5 in the American League, most importantly, is even bigger than just the league-wide bullpen-related stuff. They need to be, based on the investment they have in here. They traded for Hunter Harvey. They traded for Urseg. They gave up good prospect for Urseg. And they got years of control. They spent good money on Estevez. Like, if you're going to do that and revamp this whole thing and put some of your other guys, like former first-round picks like Daniel Lynch in there, this needs to be a top 10 bullpen for it to be a good year or successful year based on the resources I think they've put into it.
Last year, just for reference, the bullpen had 4.13 ERA, third worst in the majors in strikeout rate. That was the biggest issue, right? Who did you trust to go get that big out? And until Urseg arrived, the answer was really nobody. Who did you try to go get that one out? You need the big strikeout. They didn't have that until Urseg arrived. They were third worst in the majors in strikeout rate, 20.8. And then they were in the middle of the pack with a walk rate. So when you're worst in strikeouts and you're middle of the pack in walk rate, you get the bullpen that they had.
You're going to get your ass kicked a little, yeah.
Both those should be improved. I mentioned Carlos Estevez that his walk rate was down 50% last year from where he was the year before. That's a great sign heading into the season, and obviously it's why he got a nice little deal from the Royals.
Even more so than the walk stuff, which again, they were middle of the road on, the strikeouts were the biggest problem. That's where like MacArthur and other guys just ran into problems. It was, you were good just as long as you weren't getting in trouble, but every pitcher would get in trouble eventually, and because you didn't have the strikeout to get yourself out of it, there was no saving it. And so, like, they just ran into this problem. And obviously, the second they brought in Urseg, that dramatically changed the number, right? And when they bring in, and Harvey was supposed to be a part of that, but obviously couldn't be because of the injury and everything else with it. Look, I'm not going to claim to you that it's like an easy task to get there, but that's how I'm judging them based on success because of the amount of resources they put into it. More than anything else, they were a bottom 12 ERA team in the bullpen last year. More than half of baseball was better than them. And because in their division, the team with the number 1 ranked bullpen by a mile, by the way, Cleveland was first in the league. Detroit was 4th in the league. Like some of the teams you are up against, the Twins were ahead of them. The teams that you are going to be battling this year, they got a better bullpen than you last year. You're going to have to up your game in that regard. It should be so much better. Like, that's where things could go bad in a hurry, is that I'm way off here and the bullpen's not way much better, and it's still a problem child.
Well, and because if you believe the starting rotation maybe takes a slight step back, it doesn't mean they're going to be bad, but if a guy like Seth Lugo comes back to the pack a little bit, do they have an injury in the rotation? They were so fortunate a year ago that Michael Lorenzen and Michael Walker were the only 2 starting pitchers that got hurt at any point. Michael Walker had a short IL stint, and then he came back, and of course he was really, really effective, at times their best pitcher even. So if one of those guys doesn't stay healthy, and you have to take somebody from the bullpen and move them to the rotation, or later on. The unknown there, too, is there's multiple guys starting the season on the IL. Kyle Wright, we don't know. He could end up being a huge asset to this team later on in the year. MacArthur's on the IL. I understand last year didn't go the way you wanted, but maybe at some point he's got to roll again in the bullpen. Now that it won't be asked to be high leverage. He'll just be a guy in the bullpen. That might be better for him.
Fifth guy down the list.
I need to be able to wear that MacArthur shirt again. Otherwise, it may never be worn again.
Just put it on. What do I care?
Are you going to wear it tomorrow?
Do you think the MacArthur's 9th Infantry
it will not be there
banner
tomorrow.
Will be in the Cody and Gold garage sale? Will that be available for
where
purchase?
Is that banner? Is it still in the room? Yeah.
Will be available for purchase at the Cody and Gold garage sale?
I think it needs to be listed. Yeah. The garage sale will have more information on that. We're working on it. It's coming back in June.
Yeah.
5th annual.
Ooh, big year.
That's right.
That's the Wood anniversary, right?
Someone else, I think that's right, yeah. Someone else says the other thing about last year, there were big stretches where they couldn't score a lot of runs. Oh, sure, we're just on bullpen right now, but absolutely. There's a variety of areas that the Royals either are going to have to improve if another area is going to dip, or we're going to be talking about this being a disappointing season. I think they have a bullpen that's going to elevate if there's a concern with the rotation at all this year at times. And the question really, bigger than the bullpen is, does the offense elevate? Because if the starting rotation is not as effective and the bullpen improves, but not to the extent we think, well, then the offense better. Otherwise, you're going to go from winning, getting in the playoffs to not making the playoffs all of a sudden.
The truth is, I think the offense has the lowest floor. The offense, because barring injury, right, has the lowest floor. I'll just be honest. Vinny, Bobby, Salvi, India, those are proven Major League Baseball performers. The players who we're all counting on to have better years, they all didn't have good years last year. So, if they all just don't have good years again, oh no, we're in the same spot. Massey was hurt and had an okay year. So he had an okay year. MJ bad year, Renfroe bad year. All the guys that were saying, hey, can they have a good year? They're not coming off good years and that we're asking them to once again do it. They're coming off bad years. So if anybody provides a better than bad or average year, I would say in Massey's case, well, then you're fine. The biggest floor is still the bullpen because it's put together. It's brand new. We haven't seen all the pieces work together. We don't know. But they might have – the starting rotation has the highest ceiling, in my opinion. There's still limitations to where the offense can go. As far as, let's just say lowest four is in likelihood they finish 25th or worst in their known categories, or likelihood they finish first in their known categories. The bullpen could be the number one bullpen in the league this year. It has the highest ceiling to be that.
Yeah.
The offense isn't going to be the number one offense.
No.
The starting rotation – maybe the number one, but I think less likely because they still got to rely on 4 and 5. And there's teams with just number one ace starters at 2 and 3 spots, including the Dodgers. But
it looks like they have multiple guys that are going to be able to go get the big out of the pen that they didn't have last year. That's what it looks like. Right now, everybody's healthy in the bullpen. Right now, we haven't seen anybody fail yet. All that is true, but it looks like they have multiple pieces that can go and actually get the big time out. I'm bullish on Estevez. We did our bold takes earlier at the start of the show. I have him making the All-Star game and a career high in saves. That's my bold take for 2025. So if that happens, then what we're discussing right now about the bullpen will be the case.
It's a lot easier, yeah, for sure. We're going to talk about that more if you guys missed it and get yours. We like you on paper on this show. I don't like when people 6 months later I had the Royals at 110 wins.
Yeah, Drew is saving every single text of your bold Royals takes, and he's coming for you in September or October.
I just want you to be able to back it up. We can scroll back through old texts you've sent.
That's right. We'll get to the trash of the day here in about 6 minutes or so on Cody and Gold. I do want to briefly turn to the tournament because we will not spend time on this tomorrow. Frankly, it's opening day. But the Sweet 16 does begin tomorrow, and our tourney coverage here on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. We went through the top tier seeds and hey, who could maybe go on a run that's not Duke and Houston, these 1 seeds? What about just reseeding? Did you guys change your mind on any of the seeds?
Duke should be the one.
If you were to go and reseed, Duke should be the number one overall. Yeah. But the 4 number 1 seeds have not changed. They should still be that. Duke, Florida, Agreed. Auburn, Houston would still be my number 1s in a reseed. The 2 seeds, Tennessee, Alabama, Michigan State, Kentucky. My only change, I'll be honest, I will take Michigan State off the 2 line, and I would put Texas Tech on the 2 line. I'm bullish on Texas Tech. So that'd be the only flip. I would leave Kentucky on the 2 line. But I would move Texas Tech into the 2 line. That means Michigan State would move down to a 3 seed along with Michigan, BYU, and Maryland. I believe I have my math right on that. And then that means the 4 seeds would still be, I would have Arizona now as a 4 with Purdue and Ole Miss and Arkansas.
I think that the easiest change is Michigan State has looked like the worst 2 seed. Now, I will say, Tom Izzo's wins above expectation in the tournament are nuts in his college basketball career. Like, he is way better at that.
Tom Izzo in March, you know? How many times have we heard that?
It's true, though.
It's happened.
It's statistically true. He's so good at it over and over and over again. Look, it's not like they looked bad against St. Mary's or anything, Michigan State. But, like, I haven't been, like, blown away by, or sorry, not, that was Alabama against, but like
New Mexico, you mean.
New Mexico. I haven't been blown away by anything they did. The only other one I would consider doing is Alabama. Like, and not even for anything wrong with what they do. They're a really good team. I think they're a little more Jekyll and Hyde than the other ones. And I think they are the most likely out of any, including Michigan State, any of the 1s or 2s, to just lay an egg. It doesn't mean they will against BYU, is who I think they have tomorrow night.
Yes.
But I think that they are the most likely of all the 1s and 2s to just lay an egg out of nowhere. Anybody else agree with that, or am I crazy for thinking that about Alabama?
No, I think you're right. I think it's because of a matchup thing. Because I mean, that was the big question about them against St. Mary's. Is two completely contrasting styles of play. Where I think if they like against Alabama could have serious problems against Duke for the same reasons that BYU could have serious problems against Duke. It doesn't matter whether it's the 2 or the 6.
Yeah, the Alabama BYU tomorrow night is going to be the most entertaining game of the Sweet 16 round. It is. The total keeps going up. It's 175.5, I think. No defense probably in the game. BYU can score. Bama can score. You know, if one of those teams has a slight off night out of shooting, they're going home. I mean, I honestly think it's that simple. I'm gonna all stick with BYU just for the sake of our Cody and Gold bracket challenge. But that should be the most entertaining Sweet 16. Doesn't mean we're gonna have a buzzer beater in it, no. But just from if you like points, if you want to see maybe 190 points scored in a basketball game, that's probably the one for you.
The pace will be like that Wisconsin BYU game, or
that was fun,
or the KU Arkansas game, where it's just back and forth, and it's going to be the entire
over 100
game.
points in the first half, kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually don't think because it's pretty chalky, it's hard to like totally reseed it in a way because like, all right, let's look at the lower seeds. BYU, Ole Miss,
Michigan,
Arkansas. It's like BYU would be the argument you could say, maybe they played pretty good, but like they've run into trouble too. It's not like they've just cruised to victory with no questions asked, right? Like Purdue, Maryland, those teams kind of feel like they're playing like 4 seeds. They're playing well enough to continue, winning and playing well, but like they don't seem like better teams than anyone on that 1-2 line.
Going back the last 2 months, BYU has won every game they've played except for 2, and that's when they played Houston. They've beaten everybody who has stood in there. They're playing way. They were underseeded. They're playing way better.
You better have a great defense if you're facing. And Alabama doesn't, but you better have a great defense if you're playing BYU.
I kind of feel like Purdue's going to get hammered on Friday night. Like I just feel like they've played a 13 and a 12 seed. Neither shot impressively well. They got into a little bit of trouble with High Point. I'm not.
Is this more just like a respect thing for Purdue?
Really
is it more like I hear? Is it more like
just like it's Purdue?
Is that what it is?
Maybe. I'm not gonna lie. That could definitely be a part of it.
And like you don't.
Some of it is respect I have for Houston.
Yeah, well, as you should.
And some of it is like again another team where I've watched them like. I've watched them, and like Kaufman Wren's been good in both, but it's just like...
it's not the same Purdue team as they've had the last couple of years, which is why they're a 4 seed in the first place. And to your point, Cody, they've had an easier route maybe than some others, obviously with McNeese being in there as well.
Arguably the easiest route based on the fact that pretty much no double-digit seeds won the first 2 days. Purdue's had arguably the easiest route. High Point and McNeese State, I don't know that anyone's gotten to the Sweet 16
Do any of you think that Coach Cal can keep this surprise run going? They get to a Sweet 16. Nobody saw that coming. They're facing Texas Tech, who I don't have to tell you my feeling about them in the tournament.
I don't know.
But
I think they can.
Coach Cal has some time to prep for this one even more. I think this will be a really, really close game. I'll still stick with Texas Tech, but I didn't know if any of you had all of a sudden Arkansas making a run towards the Final Four.
I'm still with Tech.
I mean, and again, it's not that I think Arkansas is a bad basketball team or anything like that. I don't know. I just think Tech's better. It's Tech. I guess this is the one thing I hadn't thought about with Tech for a while. What's their history of bowing out a little too early in a tournament?
Well, Texas Tech has been a national runner-up in the last 7 years or whatever it is. They've been in Sweet 16 a couple years ago as well. I mean, they have recent history has actually been pretty darn good. Remember, Chris Beard was the head coach there for a while. They had some really, really strong teams. That's why Chris Beard got the Texas job, because of the success that he had at the time at Texas Tech.
This is the 3rd regional final they've made since 2017. They've made our 4th regional final they've made, since 2017. Like you said, they were national runner-up not that long ago. They made it's kind of hard. Like, if you're making regional semifinals pretty regularly, 4 times in the last 8 years.
Texas Tech's basketball program has been over the whole last 7 years.
Normally, that's where I'd give like
Cal
Cal the edge, right? I'd give Cal, like Gold, if you're saying, hey, predict the upset. I would do that in a case where a coach like Cal, who understands how to win in the tournament, has been successful at doing it, is going against the team that like always finds themselves out too early, right? Doesn't consistently go deep into the tournament, even if they get there with a good team. In this case, that's just not the case with Tech.
Trash of the day.
All right, this one just has to do with a crazy option, I think crazy option, that now exists. So we've all heard of like these buy now, pay later, like a Klarna
or whatever.
Or what's the other popular one?
I don't know. That's always the one I feel like I see them advertise.
I think it's one's called like Afterpay or these other ones, right? We've all seen them. Maybe you've used them before as well. Usually for like, maybe hotel or apparel or whatever, not for food. So what I'm discussing is a deal that was signed with DoorDash. Klarna now is partnering up with DoorDash to allow you to basically split your DoorDash order up into, I think it's 4 weekly payments or something like that, whatever Klarna is. So think about that. No, look, hey, you got to do.
It better be a pretty big DoorDash order to justify that.
Hey,
like for the whole office.
You got to do what you got to do. All right, put food on the table. But like, we're now allowing people to finance their groceries or finance their Chipotle burrito that gets delivered for lunch. This is wild.
I guess the best case scenario, at least in this case, is like they can't repo that from you. They're not taking my burrito back. I hate it.
Yeah, it'd be bad, though. When you're going to get sent to collections for $25 lunch? I mean, my
I don't
goodness.
know. I mean, that would be not an ideal situation, obviously.
But this is, it says in a press release, DoorDash customers will be able to pay in full at checkout, split payments into 4 equal interest-free installments, or defer to dates that align conveniently with payday schedules.
No, don't finance
like
DoorDash.
I've used Klarna for what do you call it? Like a pair of shoes I wanted once before, and I was like, the shoes can be really cheap now. I got over 4 payments. No big deal. I've done that before.
You're like, I actually can justify buying. I've never used it. I've never used a firm.
It's very easy. For food, though. For food,
it's a problem.
I don't know if they should even be allowed to do this. And this is not saying like everybody's got to do what they got to do to eat and stuff. I'm just saying, is this a good idea to allow you to basically have monthly payments or weekly payments for your dinner?
I've told you before on the show, I have never personally ordered DoorDash or Uber Eats in my entire life.
Yeah.
I think at the house we had it once. Someone gave us a gift card and my wife ordered it once. I have legitimately never ordered it myself. I don't even have the apps.
Yeah, I have the app on my phone. The only time I've done it, I think I've told you, if I'm sick as a dog and I'm like, I'm not going to go out and get anybody else sick, or when we were in Arizona, right, for the Super Bowl 2 years ago you remember I was sick, and I needed like Pedialyte and stuff, and I wasn't going to have it. You guys were working, and I was back at the Airbnb, and so I had Pedialyte and like a bowl of chicken noodle soup dropped off. Okay, those are the only time I ever use it. Otherwise, it's expensive, man.
That's largely what happens is like
the fees.
Maybe about once a year, I'm like, what if we just ordered food here? And then I look on there and I'm like, I will just drive my happy ass to whatever spot it is. I'm not I've never, ever been able to justify it. So like the idea of like, I'm finally going to do DoorDash, but I'm going to do it's a $30 order for us and the kids, and I'm going to pay it in 4 equal installments of $7.50. No thanks.
Take you a month to pay off the dinner you had with the family last night? Like,
if you're
I wouldn't make it the 4 payments, by the way.
By
payment 2, I'd be like, I'm paying the rest of this off. This is ridiculous.
Like if you get a burrito from Chipotle, you're spending like $10, $11 after taxes. If you're having to split $11,
you probably shouldn't be DoorDash.
4-month payment, then you shouldn't be eating out, probably.
Yeah.
In general.
Groceries, I feel like look, I'll be honest. So my parents, like when we were kids, they didn't have things like Klarna. You know what my parents used to do when we were kids? Float a check.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Write a check for groceries on a Friday or a Saturday because you know it's not gonna hit the bank till Monday when you pay, Drew.
Yeah.
You float a check back in the day so that us Tap family kids could eat. Yep. They'd float a check here or there. This is essentially kind of entering that territory where, like, hey, you need groceries for your family on a big DoorDash order, and they're going to give you a chance to pay for it 4 times over the course of it? I can hear you out. Makes some sense.
Yeah, but it's
for
groceries.
a single food order, but that could be DoorDash or whatever. For a single food order, it seems kind of crazy, unless it's like, I'm ordering for the whole office. I'm ordering for 30 people.
Sure.
And I'm trying to, like, break this thing up a little bit.
Yeah.
Like they let me, the bar tab, if they let me pay it in 4 equal installments, maybe I take the 4 equal
That's
installments.
wild.
You know?
That's wild, though. Like, look, if you're going to, and
It just sounds weird.
Like, because I don't know pick whatever the nicest restaurant is on DoorDash, right? Like, if you're ordering the nicest restaurant on DoorDash, I don't know what it is. You're getting a steak delivered to your house. 1, what are you doing? 2, if you can't pay with it right then, you're going to split up the steak dinner on Klarna?
Can
anyway,
I ask,
that's
can
a
I
real
ask
thing,
a question
though.
as someone who doesn't get DoorDash or anything? What's the quality degradation from when it gets to you? Like, for instance, a steak dinner, never a chance. I'm never like the quality difference between if I sat there at the restaurant and ate versus the time it got to me. No chance.
Or
like, what is the degradation quality of a DoorDash order?
Like, the French fries would have to be soggy. Now, if you're getting like a sub sandwich or something, that's different. It's not going to probably be much different. But like fries or something, like getting Chick-fil-A DoorDash to you, like there's that bun on that chicken sandwich is going to be a little soggy, right?
That's what I'm saying.
You would think
I feel like there's a
Although I guess
quality
they wrap theirs in that foil. Maybe that one holds up better. Anyway,
maybe.
That's your trash of the day here on Cody and Gold. Up next, let's talk more about a trend that has been trending down for Patrick Mahomes since 2019, and I'm sure we'll find out another mock draft that just happened in the Chiefs Red Half Hour.
What's up, Kansas City? This is Vinny Pasquantino, and you're listening to Cody and Gold, weekdays starting at 10 on 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com.
Looking for the best place to watch college basketball this year? Look no further than Jefferson's. What goes better than chicken wings and March basketball? How about half off your bar tab during happy hour? Root on your favorite team and catch all the action at Jefferson's, a proudly local sports bar. With wall-to-wall TVs, every seat is the best seat in the house. Whether you're riding high on your bracket or just here for the buzzer beaters, we've got you covered. The energy is electric, the food is legendary, and the drinks are ice cold. Jefferson's. Wings, burgers, oysters. The perfect spot to enjoy college basketball.
Paid for client portrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. Past results afford no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own merits.
After my car wreck, there was a lot I didn't know.
I do know. My team knows injury law. We can help you understand all of your legal rights so that you don't get cheated.
DM Law knew what to do and got me $150,000.
Mike's got this. If you've been hurt in a car wreck, call me. I've got this.
816-888-7500.
Mike's got this.
Hey guys, as you know, I've been working on my weight loss, and I'll skip right to it. I'm down 17 pounds in just 3 weeks, thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. Look, going back to the old jeans that used to fit because the other ones are getting too big, it feels good knowing that people are excited for me and asking questions about how they can do Awaken 180 or how it worked for me or how it might work for them, and then receiving that free support for life, something I'm really looking forward to so that I can keep this weight off. Look, there's no medications, no hunger suppressants, there's no extra workouts. I work out because I want to, and because I have questions, you can just ask me. Send me a DM, ask me on the text line, go right to the source, and you can just ask the awesome coaches at Awaken 180 Weight Loss yourself. Spring has sprung. Ride the high by dropping your weight with the solution for weight loss. Book your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com or give them a call, 844-346-1800.
Need to sell your house in Kansas City but not sure where to start? Selling a home can feel overwhelming, especially if you're facing foreclosure, a divorce, an inherited property you don't want, or just need to move quickly. But you don't have to figure it out alone. Rex Buys KC is here to help. As a local home buyer, I understand the Kansas City market inside and out. My family and I live right here, so I know the neighborhoods, the trends, and the challenges homeowners face. That's why I take a consultative approach, helping you explore your options and find the best path forward. We buy houses in any condition, no need for repairs, no agent commissions, and no hidden fees. You'll receive a fair cash offer with a closing timeline that works for you. Whether that's in as little as 7 days or at your own pace, just a simple, hassle-free process designed around your needs. If you're ready to talk through your options, call me today at 816-330-6000 or visit rexbuyskc.com. Let's find the right solution for you. Rex Buys KC. Local, fair, and focused on you.
Men, here's the truth. In the bedroom, good enough isn't really good enough, is it?
This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if your erectile dysfunction is making intimacy less enjoyable for you and your partner, give us a call today. Because whether your ED only happens sometimes or all the time, it's time to stop good enough and time to start really good. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating ED. Whether it's only mild or moderate, or even if it's severe, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we have a variety of treatments and can even combine protocols, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in a long time. You could even last up to an hour or more and make sex great again for you and your partner. So make an appointment and be done with good enough. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices to serve you.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Brought to you by Urban Air.
Urban Air is where fun takes flight. With our awesome attractions, it's always an adventure. Visit urbanair.com today to find your local park and book your tickets, membership, or birthday. Urban Air, let them fly. Attractions vary by park.
Opening day coverage is brought to you by Hollywood Casino. Stop by Hollywood Casino every Wednesday in March from 12 until 2 to register for your chance to win opening day tickets. Your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Welcome in to the Chiefs Red Half Hour. Every day at 11:30 with Cody and Gold on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
It is the Chiefs Red Half Hour here on Cody and Gold. Alex Gold, Cody Tapp, Drew Nixon with you. Hope the Wednesday is treating you guys right. So we all have acknowledged and seen with our own eyes that the offense of 2024 was nowhere near the offense of 2023 and certainly nowhere near the offense of 2019 and historically great offense of 2018 into 2019. And one of those reasons has been the lack of explosive passing plays, deep passes down the field. And there's some numbers that back that up. And so everybody more and more talks about, average depth of target, right? And Mahomes this past season, It was a lot of check down stuff. And it's just a combination of multiple things. his ability to throw the deep pass, the personnel at wide receiver, the offensive line issues, how teams are playing him. All this comes together. But Scott Bauska, I believe is how you pronounce his last name, over at Field Vision, they do a lot of they have an app now that does a lot of analytical data, and they tie it in with sports betting. But we're not talking betting here. We're talking about how this tells us the offense is trending. So since 2019, Patrick Mahomes' deep ball has declined. Deep ball accuracy fell from 51%, which was number one in the league, to now dead last at 21%. Now, I disagree with some of the opinions they put in this article, like, quote, why his arm could end the Chiefs' dynasty unless they fix this.
I probably wouldn't put that.
I don't think Patrick Mahomes' arm is going to end the dynasty. That's crazy. But Patrick Mahomes, for example, in 2019, 13 touchdowns, 2 picks on passes 20 or more yards down the field, 50.9% adjusted completion rate. That was good for first in the league. You go further down this season, Patrick Mahomes, 3 touchdowns, 4 picks in that same category, 21.4% completion. If you were wondering, Russell Wilson led the league in this. So I don't know what that says. 48.8% success rate. Yeah, the moonball that we heard about on the broadcast over and over. And we know since 2021, teams have started to play these two high safety looks, and that's why Mahomes now has a career low 6.3 yards average target, right? Average depth of target. So what gives here? How does this change? Is this just what he is now? Can he at least get to being an average deep ball thrower again? He once was the best. Was that just because Tyreek Hill and defenses didn't play him properly?
Tyreek definitely helped, dude. Let's admit that, Tyreek's ability to track a deep ball certainly did not hurt this. It's a multi-factor thing. I guess here's the real question I would ask you. Is if in a neutral situation, offensive line, wide receivers created equal, amongst all deep passers in the NFL, where do you think Mahomes is? I think he's average. I don't think he's a bad deep ball thrower, but I'm not here to tell you that he's the 2019 version of himself either. Some of the things he does great are creativity, creating plays on the fly. They don't always come 20 yards down the field. It's the ability to use his legs and his brain to find guys that other people wouldn't find. It's not always whipping it 40 yards down the field and hitting a guy in stride. I don't think there's been any particular point in his NFL career that was the immediate thought that I came to versus the other. And so I don't view it that way, I guess, pretty regularly. And instead, I view it in the sense that, he's an average deep ball thrower. And if you give him medium-level tackle play and medium-level deep wide receiver threats, he'll be average and not terrible at it. I can't deny the fact the last couple of years he's been terrible at it. So if this trend continues for another couple of years, I am probably going to have to start thinking of him as just a straight-up bad deep ball thrower.
Yeah, I think the question I would have if he gets back to this, if he has what we would consider a stable tackle situation, and he has a wide receiver room of Worthy, Rice, and Brown that are healthy. And I understand, that's the name of the game, right? Injuries happen. But if they are healthy, does that automatically jump him up? Or is it just who he is now? Because they had some receivers back.
He's a little gun shy. I don't think he throws it as well as he used to.
Yeah, I think some of it, there's reasons why he's become gun shy, right? Some of it is the defensive play. Some of it is not trusting his offensive line. Some of it is just him, yes. We know way back when Tyreek Hill, one of the best trackers of the football in the air.
Yeah.
Right? One of the best. Mecole Hardman, they thought that would be him. Didn't turn out that way. Struggles to track the football. MVS struggled to track the football. Last year, Worthy at the end of the season figured it out a bit. But remember, a good chunk of the year we said, hey, despite the progress he's making, his field awareness, not great. He was stepping out of bounds. And so
think about where it would have been if they just gotten those 2 or 3 misses on Xavier Worthy last year. He'd probably be league average or better.
Yeah. So I wonder if that in its own right helps this, where you go from dead last to all of a sudden you're 10th in the league in this exact same category. If your O-line's a little more stable and you have the weapons you thought you were going to have, that might solve a lot of this. I don't know. That's what we're going to find out here in 2025.
This goes back to the draft stuff that we've discussed before, but if I were prioritizing the Chiefs offseason, obviously number 1 would be don't get your ass kicked in the offensive line. You can't be an embarrassment there anymore. Okay, that's a problem. Number 2 for me would have been, hey, we're bringing back the fun on offense here, okay? It's enough with the doldrums over the last couple of years. We have to, and I mean have to, find a way to be more explosive. How can on one side of the ball, Steve Spagnuolo for years parrot and say the things that most guys do, which is the only thing we care about is just stopping explosive plays. Stopping explosive plays. That's what gets us in trouble. That's how we get burned. And then the offense be like, what if we did 0? What if we had 0 explosive plays? And they won 15 games in the regular season, 17 overall. There was a clip from Andy Reid in an interview. He's like, I don't want to lose sight that we lost or that we won 17 of the 19 games, or 17 of the 20 games, right, we played this year. And I think he said 17 of 19 because same thing. He's not really counting that final week of the regular season. They win a huge percentage of what they do. But then part of you is always the same thing. God, if you had the offense to go with this defense at the same time. And I know you're already winning Super Bowls. So it's not, again, you won 2 in a row. You went to 3 in a row. I'm not here to be like, it's all falling apart. But that feels like it would just make a Super Bowl lock if all of a sudden your defense stayed on par with what it's been and you had Happy learned to putt, right? You learned the deep passing game again. Mahomes is a part of it. I think some of it is that he has come a little gun shy with it. I don't think he lets it rip the way he used to because of maybe the offensive line stuff, but there is a loss of confidence in the deep ball, I think, out of Mahomes, because we see it way more at training camp, way more at OTAs. Right. We see that they want to incorporate it. When we get to games, they don't do it.
Yeah, and Drew, you brought up the offensive coordinator switch during this run as well. I think if we're being fair across the board, huge chunk of this is Mahomes. A piece of the pie is the switch at OC. The other part is different wide receivers. The other part is offensive line. Like I think there are 4 different things, whatever, that have contributed to this. First and foremost, it's the quarterback. But that is it solvable? If you think a good chunk of it is just personnel based, well, then you believe this will go back in the other direction here very soon.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument for it, but again, I don't know. I just don't.
I'm not saying he's going to be number 1 in it again. I don't know if that's ever going to happen again.
No, I agree with you. I think he's a league average deep passer. I think Tyreek Hill and a better offensive line and all these things were probably like juicing the stats in 2019. But I think for the same reasons, I don't think they're just dead last, okay? I just don't think that that's the case. And so
if you would have put him throwing as many deep balls as, I don't know, take whatever random quarterback is 16th, you think that?
I just think he's thrown so little that the variance is you screw up too. Like Xavier Worthy steps on a sideline and you miss someone a little bit. You create your own problem anyway.
For the context, in that 2019 season when Mahomes was the number 1 most accurate deep ball passer in the league, some of the other quarterbacks that were off. So he was there's a graph that's out there from Field Vision, and way off to the right in a positive way is Mahomes. And that particular season in 2019, Josh Allen was actually dead last. Now,
Where was he last year?
And that's so Josh Allen, who was an MVP this past season. In the most recent year, he was like middle of the pack. Literally, there's a line. He's a little bit to the left of average. 20, what would that be, like 32% or something like that is where it looks like based off the graph. The best last year was Russell Wilson, then Sam Darnold, then Bo Nix, Herbert, and Rodgers. Dead last was Mahomes. Then he was kind of near Caleb Williams and Anthony Richardson. That was the company he was in. And this, again, one particular metric, EPA on throws 20-plus yards down the field.
How many deep balls did Josh Allen throw? If he was towards the middle of the pack?
I'm not sure. I don't have that in front of me.
Because I know, because Cody, you were saying 5 he was 1 of 5 from Mahomes. Like if Josh Allen threw, let's say 17 deep balls, that's 12 more opportunities for Mahomes to hit on 4 of those. And if 4 of those hit, all of a sudden he finds himself right up there in the middle of the pack for all we know.
The breakdown, again, the site did a good job of breaking this down. Mahomes is 3 of 16 on deep throws to Xavier Worthy, 18%. Only 2 players with 16 or more deep targets have lower completion rates. Caleb Williams to Rome Odunze and Bo Nix to Troy Franklin.
I feel like it's a mix of both to blame for that, because Xavier Worthy and knowing where he is on the field, tracking the football, and then you see just a little bit of an overthrow or just a step off, and that's something that'll be better over time, I would assume.
But they also had the worst depth of target. Like they threw deep less than any team in the NFL last year. Not than any team in the division, not in the AFC, then in the league. I know we're going to get to probably a mock draft here in just a minute. I just saw Albert Breer did say the NFL is adding 2 things to the competition committee proposals docket next week, including making the new kickoff permanent and tweaking it, moving it to the 35, as we had previously discussed, allowing for onside kicks to be declared at any time to go with that, not just in, like, for instance, like in the Super Bowl, right? Why the hell wouldn't the Chiefs? Like, they were down 4 touchdowns in the third quarter. They should just be able to start onside kicking. And also expanding the scope of replay. And it appears the biggest scope of the replay officials would be for, and I'll be honest, as you know, I've grown less and less fond of replay. I hate it. Roughing the passer. And looking at whether or not the head and neck area or if players are hit out of bounds are appropriate and if those fouls should or should not be called. I hate either adding or taking, like, I don't want you looking at roughing the passer.
I want it to be
pass.
I just think it should be reviewable.
Fingernail on the helmet, and he's going to get a call.
Reviewable via challenge. I don't like the idea of just any roughing the passer penalty automatically is getting reviewed, unless we have the quick expedited review process, which did work at times in other areas in the league last year. But I would rather just it's a challengeable play. If you really think your quarterback or your defensive lineman, got screwed on a roughing the passer, use one of your challenges. And I know the pushback on that is, well, they shouldn't have to correct.
Overturn it.
They shouldn't have to.
You're saying it'd be like the pass interference one
that they won't ever overturn it. Yeah, but and there's some people I'm sure out there saying, well, they shouldn't have to challenge a call like that. I get it, but I don't like the idea that every roughing the passer penalty would potentially be reviewed automatically. It has to be quick. Then we got to do this thing really quick.
Yeah, Sky Judge, but also again, I don't want it because roughing the passer by the letter of the law should sometimes not be roughing. This should be like let's use some common sense here. If my hand grazes across your helmet, I don't think I should be getting dinged.
You're saying it's a judgment. It should be a judgment call more than black and white.
I truly think that if they overturn it, it will only go one way. I don't think that they'll never overturn it. They'll only add.
Not take it
It'll
off.
never take away. Yeah. They're going to watch some guy get speared, and they can always make the argument like, I do think he used his weight a little bit, or I do think he technically touched his helmet or his face mask. So, sorry, oopsie. There's a million reasons why you can call roughing. It's so gray. And instead, they'll just add for all the ones that get missed. So, like Mahomes in the Super Bowl got punched in the face. That is a roughing he did. That's like a roughing.
I know.
It wouldn't have changed the game outcome. That's not what I'm here to say. But that would have been.
It's just funny the way
they overturn.
I mean, it did happen. Yeah.
They'll overturn that one, and they'll add more and more and more and more roughing calls. They'll never take them away. That's my fear.
The one you're going to see the most is, well, we're challenging that he didn't put his full body weight on the quarterback when he was
how the hell are you overturning
That's going to be the most common one. I guarantee it.
I'll just say right now, as a coach, you shouldn't even consider that a challengeable play. If they're dinging you on body weight, good. But I'm saying, like, if you're a coach, good luck convincing a ref watching a replay about the guessing if they put their body weight on a guy. No chance.
But under this proposal, they're not challenging. These would just be automatic reviews.
Out of curiosity. Yeah.
That's going to be one of those 3-minute reviews where they take a commercial break in the middle of it because it takes so long to actually figure it out.
Let's say that this rule had been in place for 10 years. If it had been, do you think they reverse? This is the true test with you. Yeah. Do you think they reverse the Derek Johnson roughing the passer call from the Tennessee Titans postseason game?
Yes, that one was so bad.
Okay, because I was about to say, if your answer is no, then there's absolutely no point to
I
this
thought
rule.
you were going to give me the example, the one that wouldn't have got overturned, which is the one involving Tom Brady and the Patriots where Chris Jones had his fingertip on the helmet or whatever it was, right?
The Derek Johnson one is the most aggressive roughing the passer.
That one would have been overturned.
He just hit him.
That one was overturned, but I don't know if they would have overturned the one from 2018, right?
He touched his shoulder.
I know, but But because it was Tom Brady, they wouldn't have done it. This is the whole argument people have had about Mahomes getting favorable calls.
Yeah.
Tom Brady would have got that as well. All right, that sound means another mock draft has been released.
Yeah, so Mike Tannenbaum over at ESPN decided to play
GM.
He decided to play GM.
He was a GM once. He got fired or quit. Fired, probably, right?
Yes,
I would assume so. That's why he's on TV now. So maybe you don't want me.
Quit.
Maybe you don't want me to do this, Mike.
Okay.
But Mike Tannenbaum played GM for the Kansas City Chiefs, and at pick 31, he has them taking Nick Eamon-Warry from South Carolina, the safety.
I've heard the name. Yes.
Very good athlete in general. This seems like a best available pick to me more than anything else, and also based on his description, saying later on in the description, offensive tackle is obviously also an issue, but the value is better with Eamon-Warry. Minnesota's Ariante Ursary would be the next offensive tackle on his board. So he might think maybe there's not a tackle that's there that I'd like, so I'm going to go ahead and go with Nick Eamon-Warry, who's the best player on my board, essentially. Best player available. He also references losing Justin Reed in free agency. It's an easy pick for the Chiefs. Yeah.
I'm going to say, based on some of the names you've had to pronounce during the mock draft center, this is an all-world year for difficult-to-pronounce names.
Yeah.
Between
this one's
Harms earlier, man, there's all kinds of names you got there. Okay. You know my general stance on safety in the first round. It's just a hard no. Like, most of the time, it's like a pretty firm... There better be some.
Unless you think he's a future All-Pro safety.
He better be Kyle Hamilton or better, if that's what I'm taking in the first round. Knowing their needs and the fact that they've spent a second-round pick in Brian Cook, they've given free agency dollars, two 2 different times in a row with Tyrann Mathieu and Justin Reed. They have used second-round picks multiple times. They have used assets on safety, I guess is my point. So, I don't know that I want now a first-round tossed into this, too. I'd rather have a real corner.
For what this is worth, his RAS score would be second all-time only behind Calvin Johnson.
Yeah, he
all-time?
For this year,
all-time.
Second all-time?
The combine, yeah,
He's a true
he's ranked
freakazoid.
first in all the athleticism categories out of the combine, according to NFL Network as well. In terms of for his position, for his size and all that, you are getting an athletic freak.
If you moved him to linebacker, according to the RAS score, if you moved him to linebacker instead of safety, he'd still be a 9.87 out of 10.
Lance Erline says, elite blend of traits, Cody. Speed, versatility, has the skill to match up with top tight ends. Well, Brock Bowers is going to be in this division for a bit.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But also, they're not
Weakness.
serious. Brock Bowers could go for 300 yards every game against the Chiefs, and they're still never going to beat him.
Inconsistent downhill trigger and run support. Not going to be a run stuffing guy. Not going to come up from the secondary and help you in run stopping.
Man, he has Joshua Simmons going 13 overall. That was somebody that people are mentioning at 31.
Well,
I'm so confused.
Different opinions, different views.
He also has Sanders going 10th overall to the Steelers, taking a slide.
I've seen more of Shedeur slipping down the board a little bit. I think Todd McShay recently said, I don't even think he's a first-round grade on Shedeur.
Steelers at 10 would be fascinating.
If you're the Steelers, if he's available at 10, if you're the Steelers, I think you have to. If you think for whatever reason he might be the guy, you have to move up and at least try. And it allows you to skip your
Sanders is going to suck. So Sanders gets drafted by the Steelers, sits behind Aaron Rodgers for a year.
Okay. I mean, if you draft Sanders, get out of the Aaron Rodgers game anyway. But definitely, if you draft
Sanders, he might just play. In all honesty,
I'm saying, but do we have Aaron Rodgers' decision before the draft?
I don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to be. I don't know if he's going to have a team.
He's going to retire.
If they know if I were the Steelers. You obviously would like to get a quarterback in the room, but if you're the Steelers and I would say you either ride Mason Rudolph for the year, or you see if you can get a quarterback in the draft that you like, and if Shedeur's there, you take him and he plays. And you don't have to deal with Aaron Rodgers at all whatsoever being in the room. You just have Shedeur, he's the guy, your team's still ready to win, and you skip the whole quarterback phase of, well, we're in purgatory and we can't find a good quarterback if he ends up working out.
Other than Sanders, a freak athlete.
If Sanders is there for the Steelers somehow, then yeah, I think it's you're crazy if you don't draft him if you're Pittsburgh at that point in time.
I will say in this mock draft, Jackson Dart goes in the first round. No Burden, right? So
we've seen that way more often over the last couple of weeks now.
We just had Daniel Harms on in the 10 o'clock hour today. If you missed it, you'll hear it again in the 1 o'clock hour from Draft Network. And he says he doesn't get it. He's still, much like Matt Miller, he still thinks Luther Burden ultimately will be in the first round.
Derek Harmon would have still been available. There's
Harmon would they picked Eamon Warrior over Harmon?
Yeah.
Wow.
Here's the thing.
All right.
I'm guessing he's basing this on the idea that there are so many defensive linemen that nobody is going to jump up early and get it. Because if you go through it, some of the guys who are going early, right? Like Graham and Abdul Carter and some of those guys are going. But after he gets past pick 15, everyone just takes positions that are not defensive linemen, essentially. Matthew Golden, Pierce, I guess, who's an offensive lineman, guard, linebacker, safety, running back. It's a bunch of, there's way less defensive linemen than I think you would imagine.
He has Jackson Dart going to the Rams. I kind of like that, actually.
He also has Colston Loveland going 22. And if he starts getting that 24, 25 range, I am interested. I don't think that's a realistic one that we ever need to discuss with the Chiefs. But if he's somewhere in the 23, 24 range, I am back interested. I don't think it's going to happen on draft day. I think teams
always surprises on draft day. Everybody thinks they got it figured out, and then there's always surprise. Nobody thought Michael Penix was getting drafted by the Atlanta Falcons when we were, at our draft party last year.
That was stunning.
And then boom, and now I guess it's paid off. I still think I question how they handle the entire offseason. But yes, now it looks like, oh my gosh, they have Michael Penix. Thank goodness, because Kirk Cousins sucked. Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't have signed Kirk Cousins to begin with.
I think if you're the Bears, you make this trade, right? So that trade involving the Steelers and the Bears would get 21, so they'd move back 11 spots. The Steelers' third round, fourth round for this year, and next year's first round. Yes. I think given that you have Caleb Williams, that is exactly what you're looking for. I think if you're ever going to trade back from that 10th spot.
Yeah, if you're the Bears, you do it in a second. They've also spent a lot of money in free agency to try to shore up some of their problems, and they're hoping just coaching will make a difference, kind of like it has in a lot of other spots over the course of time.
That's the latest mock draft that's out there. Okay.
Interesting.
Well, Mike
It's a new
Tannenbaum.
one.
Yep.
Safety. How's he pronounce his name again?
Nick Emanwari.
Emanwari.
I think as soon as you say it a
Start
couple
working on
times,
that now.
I think as soon as you say it, you got it
That
down.
one's not as bad, yeah.
Emanwari is not a terrible name to try to pronounce. I'm with you. I'm with you guys on that
Just
one.
call him Nicky E. I don't know. He probably doesn't like that.
Is that something people call him?
No. I was just that was off the cuff. That was off the cuff.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Up next, we'll get to what's trending here on Cody and Golden. I want to talk a little bit more about the boldest take you have for this 2025 Royals season. Maybe it's positive, maybe it's negative, maybe it's a player's performance. That's coming up next.
This is Cody and Gold on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5, The Fan. Brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com.
Opening day is tomorrow, baseball fans. Take a swing at making entries on all of your favorite players over at Underdog. With it being officially back, you can get excited at making some of those selections with one of the leading sports apps that you can play in your state, as in from your seat at the stadium tomorrow during opening day. You could be making those selections over at Underdog. You just choose which player you like, higher or lower on their stats, strikeouts, home runs, hits. Maybe you like Cole Reagan's to be higher than 6.5 strikeouts tomorrow. Those are available with your selections over there. Just choose your favorite leagues, teams, and stars and create those centuries to join the millions of fans who have already won billions making plays on Underdog with an app that has over 100,000 five-star reviews. Download the Underdog app today and sign up using that promo code TAPP, T-A-P-P, to unlock a special offer for up to $1,000 in bonus credits when you make your first deposit. That's promo code TAPP, T-A-P-P, and get up to $1,000 in bonus credits instantly upon your first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Alex Gold once again telling you about Max Motors, the easiest place to buy a car, and maxmotors.com, or one of the 7 locations around the area. I was at the car wash the other day, and I'm starting to notice more and more vehicles that have that Max Motors logo right there on the back of the vehicle. More and more people finding out why Max Motors is the best place to find your brand new vehicle, right? It's all about finding that vehicle that you're going to love, and it's a great time to go to maxmotors.com and check out what they have right now, which is a new 2024 Ram 2500 Crew Cab 4x4 starting at $40,000. Stock number BF7089. Or how about a new 2024 Jeep Compass 4x4 starting at $23,000. Stock number 90144. Must finance with dealer lender. Offer expires 4/1/25. Max Motors is not going to just rush you through the buying process without explaining you the total cost of ownership. It's why they're the best in the Midwest, the best financing options available with the max trade-in values in the Midwest. Max Motors, the easiest place to buy a car, maxmotors.com.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-298-7182. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-298-7182. 800-298-7182. 800-298-7182.
Baseball's officially back, and you can make opening day and every other game day more exciting with Underdog. I love the Underdog app, and I love baseball season, so you know I'm going to have a ton of fun. To play, choose whether a player will go higher or lower on one of their stats, strikeouts, home runs, hits, and more. And they've got all your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. You can create entries with all baseball selections or mix and match across other sports as well. Millions of fans have already won billions with making plays on Underdog. Their app has over 100,000 five-star reviews and millions of players.
Download the Underdog app and sign up now using the promo code BOB to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus credits when you make your first deposit. That's promo code BOB to get up to $1,000 in bonus credits instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 and over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Hy-Vee's new fresh fried donuts are pure melt-in-your-mouth happiness with icing on top. Fresh out of the fryer every morning, you'll fall in love at first bite. Mix and match your favorite glazed donuts, donut holes, fritters, twists, cream-filled Long John, sprinkles, and gourmet delights. Pick up a dozen today. You'll be the hero of the morning meeting, queen of the book club, classroom parent of the year. Sweeten someone's day with decadent fresh fried donuts only from Hy-Vee.
I love saving money, and Hy-Vee is helping my family and me fight inflation. Not only are they lowering prices all over the store, but man, with those fuel savers, I save a ton at the pump every time I get gas. I love seeing that pump roll back to prices that I had when I was back in high school. And this week, you're going to have a chance to save. Thursday only, save 30 cents per gallon on gas with every $60 you spend on groceries. The more you spend, the more you'll save on your next fill-up, only at Hy-Vee.
If you want your lawn green and healthy this year, start with the big yellow bag of Prevent. Formulated for the Midwest, GrassPads Prevent feeds the lawn and keeps out ugly crabgrass. You simply spread it on the yard right before rain or water it in. Make sure that your lawn is ready for the year with Prevent and stop crabgrass and grassy weeds before they start.
Come on down to the grass pad. The grass pad's high on grass.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
What's up, KC? This is Matt Quattrero. On your way home from the ballpark, make sure to listen to Vern's postgame show right here on 96.5 The Fan. I will not be listening.
96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey Sports Station. What's trending?
What's trending here on Cody and Gold, presented by Baker University, where graduates earn higher salaries and land jobs faster than any other university in Kansas. Applied today at bakeru.edu. Well, the Royals have a workout day today at Kauffman Stadium ahead of tomorrow's opening day. The public workout today, 3 o'clock. It is open. Again, you can go out there if you want to check out the Royals. Maybe you can't make it to opening day, but you're free this afternoon. Also, we asked the question yesterday, like, hey, who's throwing out the first pitch? We have our answer. The Royals have announced that it'll be Willie Wilson and Lorenzo Cain, as this year they're going to be celebrating the 40-year anniversary of 85, and, of course, the 10-year anniversary of the 2015 world champion Royals. So those are two big names throwing out the first pitch tomorrow.
No, I like that. A perfect way to do it. Obviously, I don't want to wait.
Are you surprised it's Willie Wilson and not Frank White? Are you?
No,
Okay.
can't say. Even though Frank White is has a statue out there in the outfield.
I'm surprised it's
you
not
think
him.
that thing's going to get lost on the moving truck?
No, it's one of
whenever
those things
they eventually
like,
find their site.
You slap the fragile sticker on it, handle with care, but, if something happens, something happens. That's kind of where it's
Still no anthem for Cody?
Still no anthem for Cody. No anthem for me. I got to reach out to the Savannah Bananas, remember, for that one. Next up on What's Trending, the NFL announced that they will look at 2 more things for the competition committee hearing next week. That includes kickoffs and looking at the possibility of having them start at the 35 and allowing you to declare an onside kick at any point in the game, not just in the fourth quarter, and for expanded replay. It includes things like roughing the passer, face mask, additional horse collar penalties, etc. Again, I'm for less replay, not more, but they want to look at some of those personal foul penalties as being reviewable.
Elsewhere, how about a big contract this late in free agency? Did not expect Stephon Diggs to get a 3-year deal with the Patriots worth up to $69 million. Now, keyword up to. This is one of those where the agent gets in contact with Adam Schefter or whatever, and it sounds great. 3 years, $69 million.
If he has 2,000 yards and wins 8 Super Bowls, he'll get that $69 million.
But it is a large number potentially, and the Patriots have a lot of cap space. Their quarterback is entering his second year. You have a brand new head coach. You need to surround him with talent. Stephon Diggs is a veteran that you can bring in the locker room. Has had plenty of success, even if it's towards the end of his career. And I still think they're going to draft a wide receiver. Maybe you think that's Travis Hunter or somebody else if he can get some special packages to also play corner. But Stephon Diggs, another veteran wide receiver off the board.
Next up on What's Trending, New Mexico head coach Richard Pitino. He's taken off and has agreed to a deal to become the next head coach at Xavier. That means he'll be in the same conference as his dad.
That's awesome.
That's a bit weird,
that's
right?
Cool. Well, that's cool. That's
Rick
great.
and Richard Pitino in a conference together. They got to play a couple of games against each other every year.
That's
fun.
fun.
Get dinner after? How's this work?
I'm sure, yeah. That's fun, though. Remember, this is because Sean Miller took the Texas job. If you're wondering, why is he leaving New Mexico? Is New Mexico a better job or Xavier a better job? Well, New Mexico is still in the Mountain West, and they're about a year or so away from having multiple members of the Mountain West leave to join that new Pac-12, and New Mexico was not invited. Boise State and these other schools got invited to join the new Pac-12. New Mexico didn't, so they were going to be left behind in this whatever makeup of the Mountain West. So if you're Richard Pitino, yes, Xavier is a better job. You're in the Big East.
Yeah, they're in an actual conference, an actual basketball conference.
Yeah.
For basketball,
it is.
Yeah.
For basketball and football, you get one extra basketball conference, obviously, in basketball.
Lastly, don't forget, Vern will be hosting a Q&A roundtable Friday night. I hope to see everybody at Hollywood Casino. Friday, 6 o'clock, Hollywood Casino. There'll be a meet and greet afterwards, but Michael Massey, Kyle Isbell going to answer some questions from Vern, talk about this Royals season. And then, if you go out there, you can meet and greet those guys. Everybody from the station will be there. It should be a great time, hopefully after a 1-0 start to the 2025 season. But that's Friday night. Got to be 21 or older, right? A lot of people have been asking. You do have to be 21 or older. It is at a casino, so hope to see you guys Friday.
It's going to be a great time. Hopefully, again, like you said, see everybody out there for a cool event the day after opening day, and the weather still looks like it's going to be warm for opening day for the first time. It feels like in years. I don't know, man. It's rare that you get a mid-70s, almost 80 opening day weather, and you and I are not going to complain at all based on a couple of the ones we've had here recently. So I can't blame you. Don't forget, the lunch hour here at 96.5 The Fan on Wednesdays is brought to you by Jefferson's. Their happy hour here to save you money 7 days a week. Enjoy half off appetizers, half off your bar tab at Jefferson's in Lenexa and in North Kansas City. Half off your bar tab at both locations during happy hour. Whether you're coming out to a game or looking for a good place to meet up with family and friends, you know that we are big supporters of Jefferson's in Lenexa, North Kansas City. Wings for a year for the person who finishes first in our bracket challenge. Plus, they just got great wings. So if you're looking for wings, burgers, oysters, see our friends at Jefferson's.
So the Royals get the 2025 season started tomorrow against the Guardians. Workout day, as we said, and what's trending is later on this afternoon. The team flew home from Texas where they had a couple exhibition games to really put a wrap on the entire spring training, and now it's full go for the season. You guys can text us in as well, because everybody has a prediction or their biggest, boldest take about this team. Whether it's a player's performance, whether it's how the team's going to finish, I want you guys to text in. You've got it on your mind, 913-586-7965 on the J Southland Tow Service text line, 913-586-7965. For me, I'm going with someone in the bullpen. I think this is fairly bold, but I don't think it's like completely out of the realm of possibility. Carlos Estevez will have a career high in saves and be an all-star for the 2025 Royals. You're like, okay, where is this coming from? One, he will get the first crack at being a closer. And you say, well, they're not going to just use one guy. I agree, but I think Lucas Erceg will be more of the guy that puts out the fires randomly, whether it's the 6th inning, whether it's the 8th inning. I think the opportunities are going to be there, first of all, for Carlos Estevez.
He's been an all-star before, right?
He has. He cut his walk rate down by 50% last year from the year before. The year that he was an all-star already, he had 31 saves. So I'm saying he needs 32 or more saves and an all-star berth for this bold take to come true. I don't think it's that crazy.
No. Look, the truth is, unless it'd have to go really, really, really bad for him not to be the closer for a long stretch of time for the Royals. And to what we mentioned before in the bullpen, he's protected a little bit. Like, he's not the only guy trying to hold it down in the pen, and we've seen that work anyway. We've seen guys like Soria, even in a bad bullpen outside of him, have success. So it's not saying it can't work, but this is the best bullpen they've had since, like, they had the dominant bullpens of the the 2015, 2016 eras of Royals bullpen. This is the best one they've had on paper. We don't know how the regular season's going to go. So he should have plenty of opportunities to do it. Some of this, the only thing is like, you got to think they're getting to a certain win total if you think he's doing that.
And tomorrow, spoiler, my win total will be fairly aggressive.
So I mean, you got to think he's getting at least that high. There are a lot of people I think that can land in this, and this is why I'm curious. Like from the 816, someone says Bubic will take over Waka as starter number 3. Earlier today, we saw people say that MJ or Renfroe might be DFA'd. Now, this person on the 816 saying MJ is going to be smack 30 homers and have 80 plus RBI. That would be a bold Royals take for sure. I went out there on the offense too. I think Michael Massey's going to have a 25 home run season, and he's going to do it mostly from second base. I think it's important to note that now because there was a long time this spring training, the early going, that I wasn't sure what the mix was going to look like in left, center, third, second. And I think as this shakes out, Massey will play the most games at second base for the entire Royals team this year. Indy will play the most games at third base for the Royals this year. And MJ will play the most innings in left field for the Royals this year, with Michael Garcia having to play a little center for Kyle Isbell, playing some third when India goes to second, etc. But I think Massey's in for a big year. I still believe in he got halfway through the season last year, and then he stayed pretty healthy, and he figured out a way to play through that back stuff. And I'm obviously, for this bold prediction to come true, not only does Massey just have to put more power on the plate, which he's capable of, he has to stay healthy. More than any of the other things, he just has to play to get to the 25.
Yeah, that's been the biggest obstacle. That's been the biggest obstacle. I don't think that's a crazy one. It's definitely bold, but I don't think it's impossible. We'll keep reading your text. What about you, Drew? Sorry, you don't have your headphones on. My bad. When you get a second,
is he eating?
I don't know. There was some food in that.
Yeah, there was some food.
No, I'm getting podcasting stuff ready. Over here on the other desktop. I've already eaten. Anyways,
our old producer used to get caught eating a lot during the lunch hour.
I'm not gonna come up to the mic, lip smacking and everything like that.
Thank you for that.
I'm not gonna come up licking my fingers.
It's such a terrible sound into a microphone.
Oh yes.
What's your bold Royals 2025 take?
I think that Q is gonna win Manager of the Year. I feel like the reason behind it, and look, I know that last year it feels like that would have been the year, and I think we all agree that he should have been. But I think the reason why Stephen Voigt won it was because of him continuing the success that they had previously, where I think if Q goes back to back, let's say the Royals even enhance things a little bit more, they win the division, they win 90-plus games. I think it's enticing. It's even more enticing to put his name in the hat, because if you're voting for Manager of the Year, I don't think you can backtrack off of your team's been very successful. A new guy came in and was still very successful. Where
not based on last year with vote.
Correct.
Yeah.
The Royals, if Q puts back-to-back playoff appearing this year, a division-winning season, I don't know how you can ignore that based on what you said last year in terms of voting and not vote him for Manager of the Year.
If they win the AL Central, he will be in the mix. No doubt. No doubt he'll be in the mix. I don't think it's an automatic, though, like, hey, if he just wins the division, he will be the guy.
Sure.
I think there's always a surprise team in baseball. We don't, I mentioned this earlier, like, hey, if the Red Sox end up winning the AL East, which I think they're going to, Alex Cora could be back in the mix again. What's the win total discrepancy, right? They win the division at 90 wins, or they win it with 96 wins.
96 almost guarantees.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So there's just a big discrepancy. But that's a bold take. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. 913-586-7965. Someone else says Bobby Witt Jr. most stolen bases.
I also saw one saying most home runs in all of Major League Baseball.
Yeah, he's 100 to 1 to do that.
I was looking at him like, well, he'd have to increase his home run total by 30. And then I realized that Aaron Judge increased his by 30 from the year before, but he only played in 106 games the year before.
Judge is playing it in the Bronx, and Bobby Witt's playing at One Royal Way.
Well, he's definitely, if you're doing that, can you pair it up with MVP? Because if he hits the most home runs in Major League Baseball, you might as well go ahead and
parlay it.
Lock that bad boy up. Sometimes they won't let you with season-long awards, but if they will, do it.
Someone else said their bold take for the season, because they don't always have to be positive, or some could be negative, I guess. This one's not negative necessarily. It just says 88 wins, wild card. Win wild card round, lose in the second round, similar to last year.
It's not that bold.
It's a leveled take, I think.
That seems like
leveled take.
Lukewarm.
Yeah, that's
not
a leveled take there.
Not hot. Lukewarm. From the 816, Drew Waters will become our starting center fielder in due time. What is it about Kyle Isbell? They really like the way he plays defense.
That's pretty
and
cool.
Drew Waters has never been a consistent bat either. So
I don't know what that would look like. Like, I would be curious.
Injury.
It's a bold take.
I think it would take
injury,
for a
reason
honestly,
like that.
don't you?
Yeah, but even then, is he the automatic? Are we sure he's the automatic guy that's going to center
No, they
field?
might just put Michael Garcia out there. I mean, I don't, I think that's more than plausible.
Would a 90-72 record be considered bold?
I think so. 92 is quite a bit.
What did they do last year again?
86, right?
Okay.
Or am I off on that? 86, right? Yeah. 86? 2025?
86 and 76?
Yeah, 86.
I think that the AL is going to be a lot of
tomorrow we'll do our
88
official
teams.
Look, that number right around where I'm at that the texter texted. We recorded a video earlier in the week. I don't know if it's out yet for social with our win
I
total.
almost want to change mine.
Really?
Yeah.
For up or lower from where you put in the video?
Higher.
From the 816, their hot take is Vinny gets a suspension for a punch on a bench brawl versus the Yankees. Do you know how hard I've been pushing for a bench brawl from this team? And Vinny's the least likely dude on the planet. Gentle giant, man. Vinny is not going to be the guy who starts the fight. Michael Garcia, they got a couple of guys who might sort of hell, even Salvi last year. Remember, he got hot.
I don't need Bobby, Vinny, or Salvi, or India throwing a punch and risking an injury. I'm good. Thank you very much.
Are there players who are willing to throw a punch?
I still some think more than others, yeah.
We've talked about in a WWE WrestleMania style, like Royal Rumble style, right? You got to toss him out of the ring. Our favorite on this show has largely been Kyle Isbell. If we're picking a
UFC
player on the Royals to fight right now, I still think Kyle Isbell looks like he can brawl.
Yeah, if there was an MMA fight at Kauffman Stadium, he would be first in the draft, I think, out of Royals players.
I agree.
There's other guys
just a unique level athlete.
Yeah, and there's others that are bigger than than Kyle Isbell, but I think what we've discussed, Kyle Isbell's the winner for that.
It's gonna be crazy. Yeah, I don't think any of ours are look, all of them are.
Someone says Cags gets called up after All-Star break, takes the Royals to the ALCS. That's their bold take.
Carries them to the ALCS. Not
carries them.
Not Bobby.
Somebody earlier had said that their bold predictions that Cags was going to hit 15 home runs. I was like, when are you predicting he gets called up? Or you think he gets called up for the last 30 games of the year and pops 15 of them?
Yeah, I tweet. Yeah, because somebody responded on Twitter. Tom, TJF Sports on Twitter, said Jack hits 15 homers. That's
That means that when okay, so let's say
that is bold. We're looking for bold. I get that. That is bold.
Let's say he comes up in August. That means he's got to be raking pretty good. I mean, he has
and it's
to be
like when Ellie De La Cruz came to the league and he just hitting a home run every other at bat.
Yeah, it's like every other day he's got one.
Yeah,
seems unlikely. I don't want to say for sure. But
now someone else, one last one, says they predict the rotation gets riddled with injuries. They struggle to win 68 games.
Well, that's a depressing one. Oh, man.
That's bold. That's still bold.
It is bold, but I don't like it.
Yeah,
makes me feel.
I appreciate the text though.
It makes me feel bad.
If that's your take. That's your take. That's your take. You know.
Yeah, I didn't ask for just good things. I said I think Bobby is more likely this year to lead Major League Baseball in home runs than he is stolen bases. I think he's more likely to do the home runs than the stolen bases. I'd actually take the odds on the homers instead because I think Bobby's hitting 40 home runs. I don't know if that's a bold take because he hit 32 last year.
No, I could see that.
But I think Bobby's hitting 40 this year. I just don't think he's leading the majors. There were two guys who had 50 last year, Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine he's getting that number.
Last year I had the ticket on Cole Reagans to lead the big leagues in strikeouts. He had 223 of them. He came up just short. Someone says that's their bet again this year. I don't know. I think last year was our best shot at it.
I've seen this text twice.
Okay.
The Royals are the last team to be shut out
in baseball. So
in baseball,
however long that takes, could be 2 months, could be a month in the season, whatever, right? Like, I mean, that's a fun one to keep an eye on. Like, even if they're losing a game, you're like,
you could lose it really quick.
You're just
get
like,
a run,
get one run, please, get a run, and then you're hoping for every other team to get shut out. I'd have to look. How long did that take last year for a team to get to be the last? Let's see, last team shutout.
This person put some odds, but it's parlayed with Houston to win it all. So 165 to 1 is not the right odds. But somebody earlier when we discussed it texted in. I forget the odds.
This went. So last year it went till July 26th. The Diamondbacks were the only team that hadn't been shut out.
Who was the team before though?
Teams have been shut out 145 times this season. I'm not sure. This is from. In fairness, this is from.
It went 4 months into the season.
This is from a Reddit thing. Most times shut out. The Giants, the Royals, by July 26th last year, the Royals were shut out 5 times. The Giants were shut out 2 times. The Diamondbacks, by the time we got to July 26th, had not been shut out yet.
And they were the only team in baseball. So it might have ended sooner than that.
True. Very true. Very true. But that's fair. Yes.
Like it likely would have ended sooner by that if they're saying like. And look, the Royals
May 4th last year, there were 2 teams left.
In fairness, May 4th, you'd just be watching.
There were 2 teams
You'd be paying
left.
attention to like the Giants game, praying that they get shut out.
Yeah.
The Royals, in fairness for this bet, the Royals got shut out the 8th least in all of baseball last year. So like it wasn't, because the Diamondbacks ended up getting shut out 4 times last year by the time it was all said and done. The only teams who got shut out less than the Royals were the Giants, Phillies, Cardinals, Diamondbacks, Orioles, Astros, Dodgers, and Blue Jays. Everyone else got shut out either the same amount or more than them.
Yeah.
The White Sox got shut out an impressive.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
12 times. 12 times.
But
shut out, dude. I mean, they're still a professional baseball team.
I don't know if they're going to, the White Sox will still be terrible. Maybe they can get to like 57 wins.
They got shut out.
Can they get to 57 wins?
They got shut out 7.5% of the time. Shut out and didn't score a run.
But I'm sure they'll be way better. They don't have Garrett. They traded away such a terrible pitcher in Garrett Crochet, to the Red Sox. So I'm sure that really will help their rotation.
Are we sure they're not going to be worse? Or just as bad?
They will be
worse
bad.
Is hard.
They're
but
not
just
going to
as
be
bad?
worse. It was the historically, bad baseball team. They won't be worse, but like they're not going to win 60 plus games.
No, they're not going to win in the 60s games.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're still going to be in the 50s.
Yeah, is that the way the White Sox have kind of always been? Either they're really good, like winning the World Series good, or they're really bad. I might be wrong. I don't know.
They play in like the 6th biggest market in Major League Baseball, and they act like the dinkiest little we have no money team.
Well, that's Ryan Storff and company. But 54.5 is the over-under for the White Sox.
I like the under.
So for reference, the Royals over-under is 82.5. The Tigers over-under is 83.5.
So what, 54 and 118?
They're hurt by the fact that pretty much every other team in the division is respectable. Like there's no other like bad team for them to also get wins against in the AL Central. All the teams in the AL Central are decent.
For the record, I would if you made me bet, I would take the over on the White Sox win total.
Really? Why?
Because it can't be as bad as they were last year.
How many did they win last year? Like 30?
Over under is 54.5.
Did they get to 40 wins last year?
White Sox 2024.
I could take the over and still think that they get a 10-win improvement. Or
they
the
were
under
41 and 121.
So I could take they could improve by 10 wins and I could still take the under.
Mm-hmm.
And they lost their best starting pitcher.
They did. Yeah, Garrett Crochet is a member of the Red Sox now.
What hold on. Is 41 that was probably close to the worst record in Major League Baseball history, then, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that was right
it
there.
was the worst.
That was the whole thing.
Okay.
That was the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah, for a 162 game season,
I was like 41 and 121. That's got to be depressing. Just I know you love
I
baseball.
I wouldn't even want to go to the office. Like I just every day would
even
just
if
be
you
the
love baseball
worst.
and you love playing, that would be tough.
It doesn't. I mean, it would be like us doing a radio show and finding out that this entire time it was actually only just 17 people listening this entire time. I'm like, who am I even doing this show for? For the 17 people? Damn. I've just been coming up with 4 hours of things to talk about every day for the last 5 years for 17 of you. Oh, God, this can't be worth it.
For the 816, the White Sox are officially eliminated from playoff contention.
I think they have the lowest total in baseball other than the Rockies for this season. Like, the Rockies are also supposed to be dog crap, but
yeah, they're also pretty bad. Pretty poorly run baseball team.
It's a fun park to play at, though.
Oh, up at Coors Field?
It's cool.
If you're any other team and you like to hit home runs, I mean.
You guys been to Coors? It's a nice park.
Yeah.
Downtown Denver or whatever, yeah.
Talking about all these downtown ballparks.
Well, up next, we've got the latest from Mayor Q, at least, when it comes to the offer he says is on the table for the Kansas City Royals. We'll also work in a little random question of the day next on Cody and Gold.
This is Cody and Gold on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5, The Fan. Brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com.
All right, guys, let me tell you about Awaken 180 Weight Loss. First, you can find him at awaken180weightloss.com or give him a call, 844-346-1800. Today was weigh-in day, which means I'm down 20 pounds. A little over, technically, but I'll just round for your favor. 20 pounds down in 4 weeks, thanks to Awaken 180. No medications, no gym, no calorie counting. They give me the meals so that I can eat pretty much the entire day. I make my own dinner, which is common anyway. And they give me the rest of the plan in place. I meet with my nutritionist every week in case, like, I got opening day tomorrow. Hey, I want to make a plan. I want to keep up with my goals because my goal was 30 pounds. I'm at 20 now after just 4 weeks. So I'm getting closer and closer and closer to inching towards that. And after reaching my goal, Awaken 180 offers free support for life. So if you want to learn how to get the weight off and then keep the weight off, Awaken 180 can do that for you. Give them a look. Awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
Jefferson's Wings, Burgers, Oysters, located in Lenexa and North Kansas City, proud lunch partner of Cody and Gold.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce!
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Kick off the Royals season with 96.5 The Fan at Hollywood Casino. Join us for an exclusive 96.5 The Fan roundtable featuring Michael Massey, Josh Vernier, and other special guests on March 28th at 6 p.m. Don't miss your chance to get insider insights before the season begins.
March is officially here. Come enjoy some great basketball at The Other Place. With 5 area Kansas City locations, The Other Place is a one-of-a-kind game day experience with dine-and-only specials during every tournament game. Come stop by The Other Place, Shawnee, Olathe, downtown Overland Park, Mission, and the newest one in Belton.
Hey guys, as you know, I've been working on my weight loss, and I'll skip right to it. I'm down 17 pounds in just 3 weeks, thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. Look, going back to the old jeans that used to fit because the other ones are getting too big, it feels good knowing that people are excited for me and asking questions about how they can do Awaken 180 or how it worked for me or how it might work for them, and then receiving that free support for life, something I'm really looking forward to, so that I can keep this weight off. Look, there's no medications, no hunger suppressants, there's no extra workouts. I work out because I want to, and because I have questions, you can just ask me. Send me a DM, ask me on the text line, go right to the source, and you can just ask the awesome coaches at Awaken 180 Weight Loss yourself. Spring is sprung. Ride the high by dropping your weight with the solution for weight loss. Book your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com or give them a call, 844-346-1800.
And Doug.
Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Paid for client portrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. Past results afford no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own merits.
After my car wreck, there was a lot I didn't know.
I do know. My team knows injury law. We can help you understand all of your legal rights so that you don't get cheated.
DM Law knew what to do and got me $500,000.
Mike's got this. If you've been hurt in a car wreck, call me. I've got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Call Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. Our iconic blue trucks and expert team get it right the first time. Award-winning full-service lawn care and pest control since 1985. Call today for a free estimate. Visit aspenlawn.com.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
The technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
Money-back guarantees and parts and labor warranties mean you're not just buying products, you're securing your investment. For a limited time, receive a free furnace when you purchase an AC. Schedule a complimentary proposal online at anthonyphce.com.
Opening day coverage is brought to you by Hollywood Casino. Stop by Hollywood Casino every Wednesday in March from 12 until 2 to register for your chance to win opening day tickets. Your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Back here on Cody and Gold, Alex Gold, Cody Tapp, Drew Nixon with you. We'll get to the random question of the day in about 10 minutes or so. But yesterday evening, there was an update from Mayor Quentin Lucas on what he says is an offer on the table for the Kansas City Royals for a potential stadium project. This comes from 41, KSHB 41 here in Kansas City. I believe it was Charlie Keegan was the reporter on this. So I'll just read you a little bit of the article, and we can react and go from there. It says that Mayor Quinn Lucas said Tuesday the city has offered more than $1 billion to the Royals to help the team build a new downtown stadium or renovate Kauffman Stadium. Well, renovation is off the table, so I don't know why,
Maybe you just got used to saying that.
Right.
I don't know.
Quote from Mayor Lucas in the story. We do have, I think, a very robust offer that combines state and local incentives. It's my view that it gets you a $1.2 to $1.4 billion range with no tax increase. It does not calculate or include the current Jackson County sales tax. We all know what that is. That's the 3/8 cent sales tax that expires, after 2031. It's the whole vote from last April, all of that. So a couple things really were interesting to me, just the way it was laid out. One, if they actually have a $1 billion offer in front of the Royals, and
they should be having meetings on that.
That doesn't include the Jackson County sales tax. So you're telling me they can come up with $1 billion as a city without anything passing in the state legislature, without anything passing through Jackson County legislature or Jackson County? That was
about the original amount they were asking for, as a reminder.
And at the time, I think John Sherman said they were going to put up, what was it, like $1 billion plus cost overruns on their end of it. So that gets you over $2 billion. I understand construction costs have gone up. I also understand that the Kansas Star bonds have now offered, 70%. So you're trying to be competitive. I don't know what's true. I don't know what's fake. All I'm saying is the proposal or the bill that in the end of February, Mayor Lucas and other leaders in Missouri went to Jefferson City in I think it's Senate Bill 286, 296, something like that. Whatever bill that bill has not even made it to committee. And they were touting as a deal that was better than the Kansas Star bonds. That bill has not even made it through the Missouri legislature. So I don't know
Could it fly through if the city agrees to their end? Because
although we've seen what's happened sometimes in the Missouri State Legislature, but yes.
This feels like massive goodwill campaigns on all sides.
Okay, we're trying. We're basically to show that they're trying.
It's like everyone's doing some CYA or something. Yeah. Somebody wants their land sold near the Sprint campus or doesn't want their tenants to know they're moving, but then also the city either really does have some momentum with the Royals, or they want to make it look like if they lost him, that they did offer $1 billion and we're not the bad guys. I don't know if the Royals have just been really mum on this, because the truth is, it doesn't seem like the teams specifically, as in John Sherman or Clark Hunt or Mark Donovan, have been like the most consistent sources of information on these things. And John Sherman, by the way, is going to talk today at 1:50. We will carry that live right here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Royals baseball. Q, that all feels, I'll be honest, the way he said all of that is the most, it's a serious cover your ass thing. He said, in my opinion, we have up to 1.2 to 1.4, but also admitted, and it's an offer on the table, but the table the Royals aren't sitting at currently because he says they haven't looked at it.
He doesn't know when he's going to hear back.
And he's not sure when he's going to hear back.
Right.
That'd be like, by that same logic, you could have an offer for a date out for Sydney Sweeney, but you haven't heard back yet.
I am waiting.
And, anxiously awaiting whether or not she's interested in the date.
I am waiting.
6 months from
now.
waiting
for a while.
And this deadline has been pushed back and pushed. I'll say this. It is really crunch time for the Royals to start hammering in which version of this. I would like it that if they really do have $1.2 to $1.4 billion, that they make a move on this. Look, the fact that the developer said yesterday, we're not currently negotiating with the Royals, tells you that at the very least,
for clarity, the developer you're talking about is the 119th and Null site.
Well, and some of the other sites down at Washington Square Park have come back up for sale. So I don't know. Yeah. I feel like more than 72 hours ago, I have less clarity than 72 hours ago, even though there's been 78 reports between that time. I feel like I know less likely where they're going to go. I hope they don't go to 119th and Null is my feeling on it. But outside of saying I hope they don't go there, it doesn't actually tell you anything.
Yeah, I think anytime throughout the entire process, not individuals that are reporting anything, but just the actual information that gets out there, including this from last night about the mayor saying that they have in their mind, their opinion, I guess they're claiming $1 billion on the table to the Royals for a stadium. Why did that information come out, 8 hours after the mess that was yesterday with everything at the Null site? That's not a coincidence that just happened.
He wasn't
going
to say anything about having $1 billion yesterday until all the other rumors about Kansas started to swirl. The timing of it is obviously related to that.
So anytime information gets put out there, wherever the source of said information is, I'm not talking about those reporting it. I'm talking about literally the source of the information. Why does that person want it out there? And you always have to step back and think, whether it's coming from the Royals organization, the mayor's office, a developer, whoever, the state government level, like, why does that individual or people want the information put out there? Is it a leverage play? Is it CYA, as you said? What is it? Throughout this entire process,
both.
I'm not saying the information is false or inaccurate. I'm just saying, why is that info being leaked out at a certain time? There's a reason for it. There's a motive.
There is. There's always a motive. Because talking is a lot easier than action. And right now, what we are lacking in these stadium deals is any kind of action. Nobody's like signing a lease tomorrow to move their stadiums down there unless I have missed something dramatic. What the most interesting thing I think that could come out of John Sherman today is, can you tell us if you were still in talks with Missouri and Kansas and your preference, right? Like, I'm still talking to both, and he might not say his preference because that kind of tips his hand on which version of this he's kind of going with. He might just have to toe the line because they don't know. But, like, when are you making this decision by? 2 years ago, there was an original deadline. It was supposed to be the beginning of this year, the beginning of opening day. Opening day's tomorrow, I don't think.
Well, it was supposed to be around the winter meetings at one point in time.
Supposed to be around the winter meetings. Now it'll be July. Does that mean September?
Yeah, on the Kansas side, the star bonds expire and they can extend them, but they do expire this summer. Does that play a huge role in this? Overall, I think people are just so sick of the process. Yesterday just blew up in a huge way, obviously, and then you get the update last night from the mayor's office, or the mayor himself, I should say. And here we are. And yes, John Sherman is going to speak at 1:50. Like, I'm not expecting him to flat out say,
you know what? Actually, we found our site, and this is it.
About time you guys asked me. I was ready to tell you. No, I don't think that's going to happen.
I'm waiting to just tell you my very specific plans.
My guess is we're going to hear that they're excited about. They cannot wait to be able to tell us and present to the city their exciting plan. And their goal is to keep the team in Kansas City, all this, and like, they can't wait. And we think a great plan for the community that benefits everybody involved. Yada. That's probably what we're going to hear at 1:50. I'll be pleasantly surprised if we find out there's a timeline, on the timeline. Like, we actually think we are going to be able to tell you in blank month.
I genuinely have a hard time believing that we're going to get firm details on it. Look, we're going to bring it to you because maybe we're wrong. And he gives us, and some of this, works. You got to listen to the things they're saying and try to make your own inferences based off of what they're telling you. But this time, that's part of it. That's what I'd love to know from John is why does this why do these decisions keep getting pushed back? And the truth is, do you know why? I think the reason why it keeps getting pushed back for the Royals, if you made me answer for John and I was guessing, I still think he wants what he originally promised. I think John Sherman wants nothing more at his core than to have downtown baseball or near downtown baseball in KC. And he's been dragging this thing out to avoid taking the money from Kansas and going the let's go in a neighborhood route. I think he wants the thing he said first, Gold. I think that's what his true desire is in a new stadium for the Royals. He knows he might be forced into taking it. He's trying to drag it out as long as possible to try to get the money from Missouri and Kansas City instead, is my guess. But also, I don't know, is Q really got that $1 billion? Because then maybe, he doesn't have to keep waiting. How much of that money do you think is truly earmarked?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I'd be completely speculating. I have no clue. My question more is about in the February, they were very proud to come out quickly after the Kansas Star Bond stuff again and say, hey, we got something that rivals that, if not better. And we were in Jefferson City, and here's the bill we put together, and here's what we're going to do. We're going to be able to create this district, yada, yada, yada. That bill hasn't moved at all. What's up with that?
It's not even in it, like you said. It's not even in a committee. And we don't have to go back to Capitol Hill and play the
I'm just a bill. Capitol Hill. Yeah.
Schoolhouse Rock stuff and get back there and explain how that works. But not being in committee is too low.
Yes.
That's too low. It needs to go through other steps before we can get to the next stage of it.
That's right.
Random question.
For you, Gold. For you, Drew, over in the text line, 913-586-7965. Of course, the random question of the day is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Results every week, then receive free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Question I have for you today is related to something my kids were asking me. They're on spring break. Later, I think, than most of the city for whatever reason.
Oh, yeah. On the Kansas side, most of them are done now, right?
Also, by the way, both my kids have officially reached enough of those major saver cars to go on the limo.
I got mine in the mail the other day.
So we're squared away. Did you use it yet?
I have not.
I've used mine already.
It came in the mail. I'm glad they hit the goal. Yeah, the one I bought, it came in the mail. I looked at it. There's I would say there's 3 that I think I truly will use.
If you use all 3 of those, you've gotten your money's worth. So it doesn't really, this works.
I do like that it came in the mail. You didn't have to deal. You make it easy on you.
You don't have to hand it out to people, find it, deliver it. That's a pain in the ass. I'm not, like now that it just gets mailed directly to you, problem solved. Mm-hmm. Also, quickly on Desmond. First, he's struggling in the week off from his it's been tough. He keeps getting on his school iPad because they play a game together every once in a while on there. That's like, like a math-based game.
Okay.
The first day after school, when spring break started, they played, and the next day they played a little bit. She hadn't been getting on there. And
Can I ask a dumb question? Yeah. How did they know when to get on the app at the same time?
They had agreed before they went to school to get on right away. Right after school,
he was
like,
they're not texting each other. So how are they?
No,
how are they?
He's like, I have to get on my school iPad. We are playing this game together, and then because it's for kindergartners or whatever, they have limited chat functionality on.
That's what I'm saying. They're like, what if one of them just didn't get on? There's no way to get a hold of each other.
Well, no, that's the problem. It's like he's just randomly getting on there and hoping she's on there, and it's just not. It's not working out. Also, yesterday he said, "Hey, have you ever kissed? Have you ever kissed a girl?" I said, "Yeah." Your mom. He's like, "No, have you ever kissed other girls?" I said, "Yes." And he said, "How many?" I said, "Dude,
nobody's keeping count necessarily."
I said, when I was like 15 or something, I said, "I don't know." I said, "Some." I don't know.
Did he ask your wife the same thing?
He said he'd heard that somebody once kissed 5 girls and asked if I'd kissed that many. I'm like, I'm not getting into this.
Did he ask
You're
your wife?
You're asking too many questions.
Did he ask your wife?
He's only asking me.
That's great.
He's only trying to figure out.
So what's the random question of the day?
Not related to that.
I thought that was the question. I was like, that's the question?
God, could you even keep track?
No.
You know what? We'll make it about this anyway, even though we won't make it about the number of people. But we will make it about that just for the sake. I had something else, but it's still fun to do this. All right, so now, new random question today brought to you by Awaken 180. Explain the circumstances surrounding your first kiss and whether you think that moment went as well as you hoped it would. I can explain mine. My first kiss was in 7th grade, 8th grade. I don't know, one of those two.
Yeah. It
was after a field trip to the zoo.
This is funny.
It was in the basement of my, like her parents' house. And she made the move. I did not make the move. I didn't think that was a kiss was.
This is on the lips, correct? This is not a cheek. Correct?
No, on the lips. Like we kissed for a little bit, right, or whatever. Okay. After a field trip to the zoo, I went to her house and we hung out for a little bit, and we kissed for a while an episode of When Animals Attack played.
What?
I'm not kidding.
Oh my goodness!
Those are the exact circumstances surrounding my first. That's a pretty memorable one.
You remember everything.
No,
I'm laughing. I'm laughing that. So I didn't know that was your answer. Obviously, I'm laughing because you said field trip was involved, and that's what's hilarious about this. So mine, this was 5th or 6th
field
grade.
For you too?
Worlds of Fun.
Worlds of Fun. Classic.
At Worlds of Fun. Nice. It was a joint field trip with another school as well. And it's something for whatever we started talking on the bus on the way there. And
from a girl with another school?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And so at Worlds of Fun is actually where it happened.
Do you even know her name?
No.
Hang on. You didn't know this person until you got on the bus?
No, we were at the Fury of the Nile, right after the Fury of the Nile.
Dude,
you picked that was quick.
Fury of the Nile, man. You remember. Yeah, but it's crazy because it's a girl from another school. He never saw her again. He doesn't know the name of the person who's his first kiss. That's interesting.
Do you think you ever knew her name, or you just?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, then he probably did. They were chatting.
Yeah, I had a cell phone at the time, so we texted or whatever. But yeah, I don't.
Okay.
This was in what year? I mean, this was like in 2000 and what would that have been? 2002 or something. I don't even know what the right year would be. Yeah, no, I don't remember the name.
I was 7.
I know the name of the person, but we went to school in middle school and high school. I knew this person for a serious length of time after that.
Excellent. Go ahead, Drew. What's your answer?
Mine was 7th grade or 6th grade. It was one of the two. I can't remember, but I do remember where it was. I do remember the exact situation. So, girls basketball in high school typically continued after boys. It was boys basketball, then girls basketball.
And you were on the basketball team?
Yes, I was on the basketball team. But so my mom played college basketball and everything. She assistant coached the same middle school team for the girls' side. So we would go and we would be like the scout team for the girls, essentially. I would just go and hang out at shoot baskets, and then if they needed me to run 5v5 against somebody, and fill in, I would do it. During one of the practices, me and one of the players, we were all just chatting in the back. It was like a water break or whatever. And there was a little bit of a moment where it just happened. We were.
Do you remember her name?
Hanging out in the hallway.
Text line 913-586-7965. Someone says there's a first kiss was Jessica Simpson's Rolling Stone poster. Great time.
But that's exactly what I was looking
for.
Okay.
Someone says, I'll win this. This one also has to do with Worlds of Fun. What is Worlds of Fun?
Jeez.
Someone says
field trips just get kids in the mood. Apparently.
From the 816, someone said they'll win this. Dated one girl in 7th grade, had it planned out for weeks to kiss on the top of the Mamba. Said, and she screamed in my mouth.
Oh, man.
Worlds of Fun. Probably at that point, like, it was a time you knew you were away. So, like, you had an opportunity. Maybe you couldn't, I mean? Like, that makes a little more sense.
I don't know, man. When I was growing up, you could just, like, be in people's basements at that age. There was no, like, I mean, I could just get to a girl's house.
Hang on.
In the 6th, 7th, 8th grade.
If you're with a girl, we had to, the door was always open. At least if I was hanging out with a girl and happened to be at my place,
that girl's parents was her basement was through the garage through a closed door. There was no open door. My parents also did not have my parents did not have an open door policy.
Gotcha.
Tap household. I know some people's parents do. My parents did not have that.
Gold, yours is basically in a public setting, correct? Or were you privately?
But we're talking about we weren't. Come on now.
No. I know that. I'm just
saying.
He's
not saying
I know. You acted like it was like public. No.
I'm saying
getting after it.
No, I'm saying Cody was in a basement behind a closed door. Like
my first kiss was more of a like we made out for a little while.
Yeah. You're in a private spot where same situation. I'm in a hallway. I'm making sure that we're not by anybody,
Someone else said someone said their first kiss was at a Super Bowl party, the Super Bowl in which Prince performed. Were you just like a party with friends, party with family? What was
like some friends' kids come over or something? Like a family friend kids or whatever it is.
Someone says Cody's son is my hero on the text line.
I feel like he's going to be a problem in the dating arena. His interest in, and he also, by the way, that was the other thing he told me, by the way. Third update on Desmond. So he came back on Thursday or Friday last week before spring break. And he said, hey, he's always so like, he's always such a deep thinker. He said, hey, I'm a little worried that maybe I can't keep staying friends. He said her name, right? I can't keep staying friends with her. And I was like, well, why? He said, I found out she's lying to her parents about the boyfriend and girlfriend thing. She's telling him that we're not boyfriend and girlfriend, and we are. So he's lying to her parents. I was like, oh my God, dude.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
He's really thinking this whole thing out.
He is in deep constantly. I can't believe this is the longest relationship of all time. For two kindergartners, they've been hanging out for like 2 months at this point.
I think it's going to.
This is crazy.
What happens in 2 months when school's over?
I don't know. I've never met her parents.
This is going to go.
Whatever they do, they are. This thing's going to fizzle. Summer's going to kill it.
It's going to go one of two ways, Cody, where he is dedicated to this girl forever, or he's just going to become a player. By the time he hits high school, it's going to be
a problem.
It's going to be an issue.
I don't know, man. I'm worried about it. I'll say that. The concern level is definitely there.
That is the random question of the day. A quick pivot on the random question of the day.
Yeah, you know what? You'd mentioned it, and then I was like, I kind of want to go that direction now that we talked about it. That's all. Made it interesting. And I think it's interesting that you didn't know you don't know the name of the girl. What she looked like, Do you remember? No chance. That's so long ago.
Blonde hair, brown.
No,
brown,
actually,
brown hair.
brown hair. Yeah, I don't remember.
Just hit it off on the school field trip,
Well, we never hung out again.
Well, I hit it off with that.
So then,
2 hours.
Worlds of Fun. That's
great.
3 field trip mentions.
Do kids still take field trips to Worlds of Fun?
Well, if that's a text line, I don't know.
My kids.
You tell me. You got kids.
So
do you think
far,
does their school
they do
it?
pretty much the same ones every year, depending on the grade. So, like kindergarten was the apple orchard. This year, I believe my daughter's going to the Folly.
Oh.
They went to maybe the Coterie last year, so just like a different play-based one. I don't remember.
We did. I think the Zoo, Oceans of Fun, or not Ocean. Worlds of Fun, Oceans of Fun, whatever. And we did one like Steamboat Arabia. Which have they decided to move out of town yet or not? Weren't they threatening to go to like St. Charles or something?
The zoo was always a popular field trip.
Yeah, that's a classic. That's first grade, actually, the zoo for my kids.
Gotcha.
It was first grade for my daughter anyway. So that was one. Because remember, I was, don't you remember they asked me to be I had to be the caboose.
Yeah.
I had to be the person at the back of the line.
And you said you had to handle a situation or something. I can't remember what it was.
There was, there was some slightly troubled kid in the back.
Coming up next, guys, we're going to get to the 1 o'clock hour. We'll talk more about the NCAA tournament because we will not do this tomorrow due to opening day and everything. We'll be full go Royals tomorrow on the show. Let's talk about the Sweet 16, how we see that playing out. And we're bringing back the snitch line, which maybe this is perfect considering the conversation we just had. Snitch line is coming your way around 110, 115. Start sending those in to 913-586-7965. That's coming up next on Cody and Gold.
What's up, Kansas City? This is Cole Reagans, and you're listening to Cody and Gold. Weekdays starting at 10 on 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com.
FanDuel is giving all customers the chance to take a swing at $500,000 in bonus bets. That's every day from March 27th to the 30th. That's tomorrow through Sunday. It's all part of the $500,000 daily home run jackpot. All you have to do is use your jackpot profit boost on a player to homer. And if they go yard, not only will you get bigger winnings on your home run bet, but you'll also get a share of that day's $500,000 jackpot. This season on FanDuel, big wins are on deck. So just head to FanDuel.com/Alex and look for the daily home run jackpot. Make every moment more with FanDuel, your home for betting home runs and official partner of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. Opt-in required. Must apply a profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
Looking for the best place to watch college basketball this year? Look no further than Jefferson's. What goes better than chicken wings and March basketball? How about half off your bar tab during happy hour? Root on your favorite team and catch all the action at Jefferson's, a proudly local sports bar. With wall-to-wall TVs, every seat is the best seat in the house. Whether you're riding high on your bracket or just here for the buzzer beaters, we've got you covered. The energy is electric, the food is legendary, and the drinks are ice cold. Jefferson's. Wings, burgers, oysters. The perfect spot to enjoy college basketball.
When it comes to college basketball in March, one thing's for sure. Nothing's for sure. Bet the unexpected every upset every day with DraftKings Sportsbook. DraftKings is offering all customers a no-sweat parlay every single day. How does it work? Opt in and place a bet on any parlay. If your bet doesn't hit, you'll get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet. Bet the unexpected with DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code 965. That's code 965 to get a no-sweat parlay every single day. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Kansas only. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort. Eligibility and wagering restrictions apply. Opt in to get one no-sweat bet. No-sweat bonus bet issued in amount of losing qualifying bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Maximum reward and qualifying bet criteria vary. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Hy-Vee's new fresh fried donuts are pure melt-in-your-mouth happiness with icing on top. Fresh out of the fryer every morning, you'll fall in love at first bite. Mix and match your favorite glazed donuts, donut holes, fritters, twists, cream-filled Long John, sprinkles, and gourmet delights. Pick up a dozen today. You'll be the hero of the morning meeting, queen of the book club, classroom parent of the year. Sweeten someone's day with decadent fresh fried donuts only from Hy-Vee.
I love saving money, and Hy-Vee is helping my family and me fight inflation. Not only are they lowering prices all over the store, but man, with those fuel savers, I save a ton at the pump every time I get gas. I love seeing that pump roll back to prices that I had when I was back in high school. And this week, you're going to have a chance to save. Thursday only, save 30 cents per gallon on gas with every $60 you spend on groceries. The more you spend, the more you'll save on your next fill-up. Only at Hy-Vee.
Hey, it's Gold. You've heard me talking about Max Motors the last couple of months. Have you made it down to one of the 7 area locations? Have you gone online to maxmotors.com? If you haven't, you're going to notice when you do that they've got new 2025 Ram 1500s, up to 15% off MSRP plus 1.9% for 72 months. Stock number S250016. Must finance with dealer lender. Offer expires 4/1/25. Max Motors is the best in the Midwest. Best financing options available with the max trade-in values. Max Motors, the easiest place to buy a car. maxmotors.com.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or Hellsberg.com.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Mom, I need to lay low for a few days.
Lay low? What's going on?
I only paid for this Hyundai Tucson.
Christopher Allen Lynch.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you want at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Right now, get 2.99% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Santa Fe, Tucson, or Elantra. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Royals Roundtable with Michael Massey, Kyle Isbell, and Josh Vernier. Friday, March 28th, starting at 6 o'clock at Hollywood Casino. Your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey Sports Station.
1 o'clock hour. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. It's Cody and Gold, Alex Gold, Cody Tapp, Drew Nixon with you. We'll get to a snitch line. A little bit different 1 o'clock hour because we're going to have John Sherman live at 1:50 on the show as he speaks to members of the media at workout day. So we're actually going to do snitch line probably closer to 1:15-ish or so, just a heads up on that. I see some of you are already texting in. For those of you new to the show, new to the station, snitch line, it's something we started all the way back during COVID when the NBA decided to essentially create a snitch line for people. So we decided to do our own and have some fun with this. You can text in something maybe you've done in the past, something you've seen at your office, a coworker's done, something you just need to get off your chest completely without anybody knowing who you are. Completely anonymous. 913-586-7965. But before we get to that, the Sweet 16 does start tomorrow, and we won't really talk Coops tomorrow. It's opening day in Kansas City. So we wanted to talk about it a little bit here. Everybody has their brackets. Maybe they're busted. Some of you in our Coding Low Bracket Challenge are doing very well. Congrats if that's the case. But if you were to go through and reseed the Sweet 16, so we were to take Arkansas, who's a 10. Maybe you think they should just be a 4. Maybe you think they should be a 3 seed. For me, there's really only 1 or 2 changes. I would have the same number 1 seeds intact. Now, you said, hey, maybe you would make Duke the number 1 overall seed, right? And that's fair. They weren't, but they're a 1 seed.
Honest to God, if you'd made me seeded before, I might have done that too. Like, Auburn was the deserving number 1 overall seed. I just thought Duke was the best team.
So we would, I'll keep, and I'm sure you guys would too, keep the same number. No, none of the ones have done anything to suggest they shouldn't be a 1. Okay, so
no, Houston's played great, Auburn's played well, Duke's played great.
The one switch I would bump Texas Tech from the 3, which they are now and will be, to a 2 line if I could. And you're like, well, then who do you take out? I would actually move Michigan State down to a 3. And look, maybe it was just matchup based, but they had closer call against New Mexico. I've been far more impressed with Texas Tech and what they did, specifically against Drake, actually, in their last game. And they still haven't had one of their players play in the tournament yet. And there's a chance McCollum, talking about, I think it's Chase McCollum for Texas Tech, he hasn't played. Maybe he'll play tomorrow. So I would move Texas Tech from a 3 to a 2. That'd be my really only seed adjustment. Other than that, I think like Arizona's properly seated. I think Kentucky has shown they're fairly properly seated.
I would make an argument for Kentucky as a 2 and look, if I'm just
Kentucky's a 4, right? Or a 3, sorry.
3. And then getting Alabama maybe not as much them, but maybe them off of that line overall. I would probably
move BYU up.
I would move BYU ahead of Purdue. I would move BYU ahead of is there anybody besides Purdue I'd move them ahead of? Arizona. I've liked what they've done. Man, Arizona probably deserves to stay where they are. But I'd at least move them ahead of Purdue. Sense. Purdue has played no one. They've played the single lightest schedule. And look, they don't have that excuse anymore.
Yeah.
They have to face Houston on Friday, the team that's played as good as anybody in the NCAA tournament, so they're going to have to go up against it. Other than that, everyone feels like they are who they are. Maryland,
we're like re-ranking,
Michigan,
correct?
those teams all
reseed the Sweet 16. Yeah, so if you think a team that's a 4 should be a 2 or whatever, go for it.
So you're okay. Cause the way that I might have misinterpreted, the way that I'm thinking is just ranking teams 1 through 16 because
but it's reseeding, right? If you're 15th, you're a 4 seed.
In a lot of ways, if you did that, you would, right? If you didn't think the 4 1 seeds would still be ranked 1 through 4 in all of our minds.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the same thing, Drew.
Having to
yeah,
think
it's
about
just
it from that perspective. Okay,
it's just yes, it's the same thing. It's just if we were changing the seed, if they were a 2 seed, maybe they were the 6th best team in your ranking, but now they're the 10th best team, so they're obviously not a 2 seed anymore.
Yeah,
is the idea?
Okay, I got you. So I agree with you guys. The 1s are there. I think the 4s. I know I'm jumping the 2s and 3s, but I would say Ole Miss would be the 16 overall, I would say.
So you'd have them last of the.
Who would be
you'd
last?
have Arkansas in front of them.
I'd have Arkansas last, and then I'd have Ole Miss just ahead of them at what would essentially be the other 4, and then I'd have Purdue there. And then I think it's tough. I think I'm on Michigan State a little bit more than you guys are. And that might be because I picked them in the Final Four. I just think defensively, they do a much better job of things than I think people give them credit for. Where offensively, they don't have the firepower necessarily of a Alabama, of course, or like a Kentucky, but defensively, they're better than both Alabama and Kentucky, and I don't know if it's close defensively. But Purdue was overseeded from the get-go. They lost to they didn't even make the semifinal of the Big Ten tournament, and Michigan won the whole thing. And Michigan, I know that this is all done before the final, but Michigan was a 5 and Purdue was a 4. Purdue, not that they're fraudulent or anything like that. It's just that they were overseeded while a team like BYU was underseeded.
So you're correcting from even when the bracket was announced.
The way that I'm looking at it from reseeding is kind of from just the in general perspective, where I would have BYU, and they've shown, of course, based on how they played, BYU's probably a 2. Mm-hmm. At worst, they're no worse than maybe the 1st or 2nd 3. I don't think, just because of the gauntlet that they went through to end the season, and they won every game except for those 2 against the Houston Cougars, in which they shot very poorly.
The only thing that's been very clear about this is that the top 4 teams are the top 4 teams.
Yes.
Totally. I mean, there's no moving unless you're just shuffling them around each other. There is no moving that Duke and Auburn and Houston, like those are the best teams in the tournament. Like, I'm not even going to be surprised if it ends up being 1-1-1-1 in the Final Four. Might not be.
Very well could be.
Usually there's an upset somewhere in there, but like that wouldn't stun me by any means. It's happened before in the NCAA tournament, not often, but once or twice. Because the first time was like 20 years ago. I remember it was like near high school. I remember that happened for the first time.
The first game of the Sweet 16 tomorrow night is the one that I'll be most interested in for a couple reasons. One, if you just like points, but that's BYU Alabama. That's the 2-6 matchup.
That's probably the most interesting game.
It's the highest total of the entire Sweet 16 by a mile. Both teams are going to score. Alabama's defense is very suspect. BYU, if you're just wondering, it's a slight underdog, or more than the slight underdog, 5.5-point underdog. BYU, the winner of that game, will play most likely Duke, unless you think Arizona's pulling off the upset. The biggest favorites for this next round, Auburn is a 9.5-point favorite against Michigan, and then Duke is a 9.5-point favorite against Arizona. The tightest line is, probably not surprised, Ole Miss and Michigan State.
Who are Arizona's best wins this year? Because I've said continuously I've never been blown away by them, but at the same time, it's like they've gotten to the Sweet 16 for a reason. They played in a good basketball conference. Did they beat Houston this year? Did they beat? Like, I'm just trying to.
I think Tech is their best.
They obviously beat KU in the Big 12 tournament.
I think Texas Tech is one of their best. I believe they beat Tech to get to the.
They had 10 quad one victories. So I mean
that's not nothing.
Yeah, 10 quad one victories. I don't know the exact teams, but just from
they've beaten of the tournament teams. They've beaten Iowa State, BYU, Texas Tech. At the very least,
they lost to Duke. They lost to Duke earlier in the year. They lost to Wisconsin earlier in the year. They lost to UCLA, a tournament team, earlier in the year. Lost to Oklahoma earlier in the year as a tournament team.
There was a tough start for Arizona.
Yeah, but
I mean, they beat Baylor, but Baylor's not that impressive.
They beat Tech twice.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Tech is the best that they've got
because they beat Tech in the Big 12 semis.
Yeah. So that's probably the answer. I mean, a lot of it is just kind of going to there. I'm not like in your case, you've got Tech in the Final Four. They certainly look like a team who could possibly do that. I mean, they do look every bit the part right now. And if you go through their tournament history, that's why you got to like them against Arkansas. Is that if you look at their tournament history, they're a team that has over the last 7-8 years been a very, very, very
national runner-up,
consistent team in the tournament, and they go deep into the tournament pretty regularly over the last 7 or 8 years, and they have maybe the most dominant inside game, seemingly, of all the teams remaining. The way they've been playing, they've been bullying people in the paint.
That makes the matchup against Florida so interesting because Florida's got two dudes that are 7 feet tall, and they start him. And JT Toppin, as great as he is, he's like 6'9", I think. I don't think he's even 6'10", or he's certainly not 7 feet.
If we get that matchup, right, if we get Florida and Texas Tech, we'll see if Florida handles Maryland, obviously. But yes, the last two games, Texas Tech, because of size, has been like they were able to bully Drake.
Oh, yeah.
They were just able to bully them inside. They had no answer for Toppin and what's the other kid named Williams, right? So those were the two. And
Toppin
I haven't seen the injury update to see if they're going to have McCollum back for this game or not. But yeah, look, tomorrow's all about baseball for us, and I'm excited. But Friday night, I'll definitely watch the Sweet 16 games. I'll probably watch some of them tomorrow night too. But most of our focus tomorrow, of course, is going to be opening day
on Friday because his Tennessee Vols are playing.
That's right,
Kentucky on Friday.
Okay, yeah, Rick Barnes.
I saw LeBron James in studio today.
McAfee did.
They playing the Pacers tonight, or is LeBron still hurt?
They're playing the Pacers tonight. Pat does his show, of course, in Indianapolis. That's the way that it works out. So.
Lakers pretty good. Turns out trading for a superstar.
They had a conversation. So they've lost their last 3 games by double digits. Luka and LeBron have both been playing, and people are freaking out already.
Yeah, they're just trying to get their rhythm again.
It's part of the deal. They're going to be fine.
Yeah, they immediately took a jump the second Luka showed up. Also, the entire Dallas Mavericks team got hurt. After that.
They had some really bad
Anthony
luck.
Davis just came back, I think, or something like that. But all right, coming up next, we'll get to a snitch line here on Cody and Gold. Also, still to come this hour, Daniel Harms from the Draft Network going to join us. We'll talk about how the Chiefs could approach round 1. And don't forget, at 1:50 today, the owner of the Kansas City Royals, John Sherman, expected to speak to the media, not only about this year's team, but I am sure he will be asked about the stadium conversation. That's coming up.
Cody and Gold, brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com. Follow the station on Instagram for ticket giveaways and behind-the-scenes content from the show at The Fan 965.
Men, is good enough really what you want with your sex life? This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if erectile dysfunction is making a bad bedroom experience for you and your partner, you should call us because you want your intimacy to be fantastic, both for you and the one you love. At Heartland Men's Health, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we're a medical practice focused on men's sexual health, we can offer many treatment options and even combine treatments to find the right one for you. Which means if you're like most of our patients, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment and make a change from good enough to really good. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices to serve you. Heartland Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health.
Attention car shoppers, Kevin Harlan here with Rob Seid of Rob Seid Ford in South Kansas City. Hey Rob, what's going on?
We are making 2025 the best year in Rob Seid Ford history,
and we are doing it with 4 simple steps.
Simple is what I love most about Rob Site Ford. So, Rob, what's the plan?
It starts with Rob Site Ford's non-commissioned sales staff, Kansas City's lowest prices on brand new Fords, the best trade-in values, the biggest selection we've ever had. With those 4 steps, it is my personal mission to make Rob Site Ford the easiest, most value-driven Ford dealership in Kansas City. No BS.
That's why Rob Site Ford is the only dealership I'll send my friends and family to. But you're forgetting one thing.
What's that?
Rob Site Ford is Kansas City's top-rated Google Ford dealership.
Good call. Can't forget about that. Check out Rob Site Ford in South Kansas City at 135th and State Line, ROBSIGHT.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dreaming of a golf course quality lawn or turning your backyard into the clubhouse? True Green can make it happen. And right now, they're giving you a chance to win $25,000 towards a lawn makeover to take your yard to the next level. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green brings pro-level experience straight to your yard. Enter now for your chance to win $10,000, $15,000, or the grand prize of $25,000 toward a lush, envy-worthy lawn. But hurry, entries close April 14th. Sign up today and enter at truegreen.com/sweepstakes. Restrictions apply.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie. Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
Money-back guarantees and parts and labor warranties mean you're not just buying products, you're securing your investment. For a limited time, receive a free furnace when you purchase an AC. Schedule a complimentary proposal online at AnthonyPHCE.com.
Opening day coverage is brought to you by Hollywood Casino. Stop by Hollywood Casino every Wednesday in March from 12 until 2 to register for your chance to win opening day tickets. Your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Reminder coming up on Friday out at Hollywood Casino. It's our Royals Roundtable. Vern will be hosting that with Michael Massey, Kyle Isbell. There'll be a meet and greet afterwards, and everybody from 96.5 The Fan going to be hanging out at Hollywood Casino. That's Friday night, 6 o'clock. Must be 21 or older to enter. And Sweet 16 will be going on. We'll be talking hopefully after a Royals 1-0 start to the season. All of that Friday night. Hope to see many of you there as we get this season kicked off right. And, of course, tomorrow we'll be outside Gate D. Just, I guess, what would that be? Just to the west of Gate D, I guess, is where we're going to be. I think that's right. And you'll see us. You'll have our 96 to the left. To the left. Okay.
To the left.
To the left.
Just remember that song.
Yes, we'll be out there. Hope you say hello. We're expected to have some guests stopping by throughout the show. Excited to talk some opening day baseball.
Should have a packed baseball show tomorrow, so keep an eye out. We'll send out a list later.
Yeah, and a sellout crowd at the K tomorrow. Weather looks like it's going to be awesome, so we're fired up. Reminder, at 1:50 today, John Sherman, here in about 30 minutes, John Sherman expected to speak to members of the media about this team this year, and of course, I'm sure he'll be asked and address the ongoing stadium questions that loom. Is there a timeline? Have they narrowed any sites down? All that kind of stuff.
I'm fascinated if he gives any kind of. I'm curious what the newest timeline. Hoping summer, because you remember, it was opening day, it was winter meetings, it was the beginning of the season. They're obviously having a hard time getting it structured exactly the way they want to get structured. And I want to point out one more thing that we talked about the same stuff. Every city's kind of dealing with this right now. The thirst to publicly fund stadiums has been not gone. Not like nobody's doing it. Obviously, Buffalo did it, but it's been more work than it used to be. Yeah. It used to be, you used to just say, we'd like a stadium, please, and they just gave you a blank check and you went on to the bank and everyone was fine. You got to earn it a little bit more than you used to in these deals.
In Cleveland. It's going on in Cleveland with the Brown situation. Again, I will still say the luxury we have, fortunately, I know everybody has their allegiance to which side of the state line, but the luxury we have is the state line, which is we are not talking about teams leaving the metro. We're talking about, are they staying in Missouri or are they going to Kansas? That's what we're talking. We're not talking about outside of the region. Thank goodness. It would take quite a few more missteps for that to ever get to that point in time, at least this go around. Let's get to a little snitch line, though. We normally do this on a Thursday, but tomorrow's opening day. So let's do it today. If you have something that you've witnessed around the office, maybe
get it off your chest.
Family, maybe you did it. 913-586-7965. We get started with this text from the 702. Snitch line on myself, it says, was working personal security in Vegas. Client wanted to go to a strip club. As I'm sitting in a corner, an entertainer sits on my lap. Got a little too close and activated my BlackBerry. At the time, that was the phone this gentleman said he was using, in his suit jacket pocket. Well, unbeknownst to him, his phone dialed the last phone number, which was his wife's work. Went to voicemail, recorded the whole conversation. He said, I behaved, and we laugh about it today.
Good thing you behaved. Or you could be on marriage number 2.
Mercedes is on his lap or whatever, talking about how nice he is, and he's probably just having a nice conversation.
How college courses are going.
So what's your plan moving forward? Just having a nice conversation.
Mercedes, you said it was
Mercedes.
Yeah, that's always the classic.
That's my go-to name to mention usually when we're talking strip clubs.
Going back to the kissing earlier, we were talking about the first kiss from the 913 snitch line. I got caught at preschool while at church.
Okay.
Kissing a girl for the first time.
Preschool.
5 years old, still friends with her to this day.
Preschool.
Do you think he's going to remain friends with this girl for the rest of their life?
The chances of that are
slim.
very slim.
They seem pretty slim.
I was going to read this next one. Whoever texted in 15 separate texts, I can't read that. I can't even begin to parse it out. Yeah.
It's a lot of text. You sent this in 19 bars.
It said I got caught stealing from Walmart and win thing. Yeah, it's all out of order. Sorry, man. It's all out of order. We can't read that. Apologies.
They were caught. You ever been caught shoplifting gold?
No.
Have you ever shoplifted?
No.
I think as a kid, I'd maybe other, maybe some small stuff, but I was never really, not much of a thief.
Not my thing, man. Not my thing.
I did one time, and I felt so bad afterwards because my parents made me.
The guilt killed you?
My brother got caught by my grandparents once, and they made him go back in and turn in a pack of cards.
That's what happened.
Oh, you stole a pack of cards?
Yeah, it was like we were kids,
No,
They
I didn't
were
do
right
that.
there.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, no, I can see it.
They were right there.
This one comes in from the 816. They said when Cody was off work a few weeks ago when you weren't on the show, they saw you driving erratically, flipping off the elderly.
That doesn't sound like me. I'm the most cautious driver in the state.
Cody's got cruise control on it and when it's 30 miles an hour.
The reason why he was mad is because somebody was going 25 instead of 28. You know, they weren't going fast enough.
913.
I will say
586-7965.
personal driving opinion is that if I'm going 10 plus or more miles and over the speed limit, and I am actively passing someone in that moment, get off my ass for the car, okay? I'm doing the job. I'm going to get over. Shut up about it already.
Yeah.
I'm doing what I'm supposed to. If I'm going 1 mile an hour over, you got a right. You got a right to be upset about this. But if I'm going 10, 12, 15 over, the other day, somebody was like behind me, and I was going 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, and they were behind me, and I was in the middle lane. I'm like, get over.
Yeah, they need
I
to
got
move over.
nothing to do with this. Has nothing to do with me. The whole left lane is at your disposal, sir. I'm not going to just speed up so you can keep going.
This one, I'm not going to read the full company name, but
we usually try to avoid that.
Yes,
We're trying to get
their
people,
boss their boss at Capital Blank is a narcissist, manipulator, micromanager, and he doesn't do a damn thing to help us out. He doesn't realize we know he stays at home most of the week. I have a feeling he's going to get caught soon. I'm not going to say your name, even though you gave it to us to help you make sure you don't lose your job, sir. But yes.
Well. From the 816, my roommate once, when we were in college, got drunk and peed on the floor. To make up for that, the next day I peed in his laundry. I mean, his clothes already smelled.
Oh my
Is
goodness!
it clean laundry or dirty laundry?
He's got to do laundry anyway.
But
he's on the floor. You know,
that doesn't give you a free pass.
That's out of pocket.
That's messed up.
Way out of pocket.
Oh my goodness. Here's another one. So it says going through an ugly divorce, unfortunately. They said their tax is the only thing left to get done. I have purposely waited until the last second as a huge inconvenience.
You're going down swinging, huh, sir? Poor man.
Yeah.
Going down
You see this
swinging.
one about someone when they were stationed on an aircraft carrier? We'll have to clean this one up.
That does not seem like a smart way to handle it.
Someone says from the 816, snitched on myself. They were stationed on an aircraft carrier. They got a favor from someone while they were on watch. We'll leave it at that. And almost as soon as he zipped up his pants, someone walked in.
Good timing.
Clutch timing.
Good timing. Although you still got to explain why that person's
Aircraft
there.
carrier. Yeah.
Feels like a risk time. Someone just simple. They just said, snitch on myself. I text this to you while I'm driving.
Well, be safe. Don't text and drive, anybody, please. Don't do that. If you can
I
avoid
voice
it,
text
please.
if I'm driving. I'll occasionally text someone back if I on voice text, because it's on the in-dash thing. That's about the worst idea.
Make sure you're at a stoplight. You know, you don't want to live tweet like myself.
I was worried about tweeting is off the table and watching TV.
From the 816, there's a new girl at work. She's been flirty with the supervisor the last few days. My supervisor showed me some of the stuff that she sent him yesterday, which would be grounds for termination in a normal job setting. Can you please respond back? What's your job setting? You said in a normal
Restaurant.
job.
Got to be my personal guess. It's a restaurant.
Okay.
Immediately
Please respond
inappropriate
back.
behavior is my
Please
guess.
respond back. I'm fast. You said in a normal job setting. What's not normal about your job?
The new person at work. This is very quick.
No, but you're the supervisor. You gotta cut that off. You know.
Oh, well, yeah. If you're doing things correctly. Yeah.
Can't be then. Yeah. Let us know on the text line. 913-586-7965. We have time for maybe one more.
Yeah.
You send in one more, then we got to get to a
Plus,
break.
I want to know where that person,
Your guess is restaurant industry?
Restaurant industry.
Normal
It's a
work
good guess,
setting,
probably.
though, is what they said.
It's just I don't know what it is about people who work in restaurants. That's a sexually charged environment. Everyone's always constantly sleeping with each other. It's a dangerous place to be, I think, in that scenario. And managers never follow the normal chain of command of the hierarchy of an office where you go to HR and make sure that, because it is. Like in a normal HR setting, you're not supposed to be in a relationship with someone who is your supervisor. That's a dangerous game to be playing, that's all. I guess we'll have to find out. They're going to leave us hanging.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to find out in time before we go to break.
The way you made it sound is like people in the restaurant industry are just
sleeping around with everybody.
A bunch of former art school kids, which is always an active group anyway.
Dude, is this a fact? Like,
yes,
this
is a well-known
What is
fact.
it? Something about the paint and the paintbrushes,
I don't
Cody?
know.
What is it?
I'm just telling you. This is a well-established fact that goes as far back as high school for most people. This is a well-known trend.
Okay. Coming up next,
someone's going to back me up.
We're going to talk about the NFL draft a little bit with draft analyst from the Draft Network, Daniel Harms. We'll ask him, how realistic is the Chiefs taking a guard or a tackle in the first round?
What's up, Kansas City? This is Bobby Witt Jr., and you're listening to Cody and Gold, weekdays starting at 10 on 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com.
Hi, Mia here at the winnings desk of the Missouri Lottery. So, I wanted to write a thank you note for every dollar Missouri Lottery players have given to Missouri and education, but that would be 8.4 billion notes. So to save a little time and a whole lot of paper, here's just one. Dear every single lottery player in Missouri, thank you for helping us give $8.4 billion to Missouri and education. Sorry, my trumpet's in the shop. The Missouri Lottery. Winners welcome and play responsibly.
Call Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. Our iconic blue trucks and expert team get it right the first time. Award-winning full-service lawn care and pest control since 1985. Call today for a free estimate. Visit aspenlawn.com.
Need to sell your house in Kansas City but not sure what the best option is? Selling a home, especially when dealing with foreclosure, divorce, job relocation, or an inherited property, can feel overwhelming. That's why I don't just make offers. I help homeowners understand all their options so they can make the right choice with no pressure and no obligation. I'm Rex, a local homebuyer and resident right here in Kansas City. Whether you're looking for a fast cash sale or just want to explore your choices, I'll walk you through the pros and cons of selling to me or listing with an agent. If selling directly is your best move, I'll offer you a fair cash price and a closing timeline that fits your needs in as little as 7 days or on your schedule. No repairs, no commissions, no hidden fees. Just a transparent, hassle-free process so you know exactly what to expect. Let's talk. Call 816-330-6000 or visit rexbuyskc.com for a free, no-pressure consultation. Rex Buys KC, helping homeowners make informed decisions with confidence.
New treatments for joint pain are here. By now, you've heard about regenerative medicine. If you're wondering if you're a good candidate, answer these questions. First, does chronic pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or other joints keep you from doing the things you enjoy? Golfing, jogging, time with the family. Does it hurt doing the things you need to do, like getting out of bed, sleeping, working, and walking? And finally, do you want to avoid surgery and all of the pain, long recovery, and uncertainty that comes with it? If you answered yes to any of those, you need to call QC Kinetics now. Learn about exciting advancements in regenerative treatments that can give you long-lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Get your free consultation today. Call QC Kinetics. That's QC Kinetics. Here's the phone number.
Call now, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299.
Guys, let's talk about your prostate. If an enlarged prostate has you rushing to the nearest restroom, frustrated and uncomfortable because you need to go but can't, or it's keeping you up at night, it's time to fix it. Clarity Care offers prostate artery embolization. PAE is a simple office treatment that can shrink your prostate and relieve your symptoms so you can get back to enjoying life. No surgery, just relief. Call Clarity Care today or visit kcprostate.com.
This Thursday, one day only, earn a 30-cent Hy-Vee fuel saver for every $60. That's a 30-cent fuel saver for every $60 you spend in-store and online. Thursday only, and only at Hy-Vee.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Listen to Opening Day between the Royals and Guardians with Burns on Deck show starting at 2. First pitch with Denny Matthews just after 3. Right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City. An Odyssey sports station.
Back here on Cody and Gold, we'll get back into some of the stadium conversations, the latest from Mayor Quidden Lucas, but we want to talk some draft. We've been having some fun with the mock draft sounders, looking around how some of the industry experts are viewing potentially who Chiefs could take at pick 31, and we go out to the hotline and welcome in one of those draft analysts from the Draft Network, Daniel Harms, kind enough to give us some time here on Cody and Gold. I wanted to start, Daniel, because we're starting to sense a little bit more of a theme, but we're trying to figure out how the mock draft world is viewing it versus maybe even how we're looking at it, which is offensive line first round. How realistic is that still, knowing the Chiefs addressed the left tackle spot with Jalen Moore, and we think Kingsley Suamataia could be the left guard?
Yeah, so specifically when you look at Jalen Moore, I think he might be a better fit in the future at right tackle, maybe replacing Juwan Taylor. So I think left tackle still makes a lot of sense for the Chiefs if a player were to fall into the 30s. Maybe they could want to trade up into the 20 area. But I think overarching concept with the 27-year-old tackle who was predominantly a backup for the 49ers coming off of, the 4 or 5 starts that he had this past year, that's hoping he's going to improve, hoping he's going to be able to get better. But he still has those 4 years that he hasn't been able to start and play and develop in the league. So I think the future left tackle stuff still raises a concern, considering you don't know if he's going to be around and if he's even going to get better at left tackle. And that's the part where you're really trying to make that consideration. So I actually just got done doing a film review of Josh Simmons for rgrfootball.com, where I cover the Chiefs as well. So he's still in play there, in my opinion. So I'm excited to see what happens.
So you think if they were to go O-line, though, it would be a tackle, not a guard? Because we've seen some guards mocked, and that one just honestly doesn't make as much sense to us.
Not at all. I saw one with Tyler Booker. Not only does Tyler Booker a guard doesn't make sense, he's not a Chiefs guard. He's a pure power guard. He's not going to come in to be this athletic guy where you want to pull him and move him and things like that, where Andy Reid wants to, and that's not going to be his game. So I think tackle is probably the only offensive line option for the Chiefs in the first round.
If you think tackle's realistic, I love a varied opinion. Matt Miller had come on the show a couple weeks ago. He said of the 5 tackles who could go in the first round, 3 might end up being a guard. Or like in Mimbo's case, he's going to be a right tackle and he's going to be taken so high it doesn't matter. But how many of the tackles that could be in that range for the Chiefs, 20 to 30, do you actually think will stay at tackle versus they're taking the same risk as they are as Moore? As in, they might not end up being a tackle, and this all could be for naught, and they might land at guard anyway.
Yeah, I think that there's 2. The aforementioned Josh Simmons, I think, is going to play tackle in the league. And then Ariante Ersu out of Minnesota. He has 3 years of starting experience. I know I'm not entirely sure why he's getting projected elsewhere. You might have some soft shoulder concerns with him, but we see that being a little bit more functional, just trying to get back to your spot a little bit better and having the requisite athleticism to make sure you can cover that B gap. And I think that he has all those things. So those are the 2 players that I've kind of seen not only falling down draft boards, but in the area where you have opinions on Ariante that he's a second rounder. I have a first round grade on him in terms of for this draft, I would take him anywhere in the 25 to 30 range. And Josh Simmons probably would have been a top 10 pick had he not got hurt. And now we're seeing some things come up about character concerns, off-field stuff that just kind of seem to be coming up out of draft season, draft talk like we always hear. So that's something we're obviously not privy to, and the team would have to do their work. But those are the two guys that I have on my board that still make sense for the Chiefs at the tackle. That would probably be in that range.
You cover the Chiefs for RGR, so you know I'm going to ask this question. Are his arms long enough? You know that Andy Reid's really particular about that, man.
I mean, at the same time, Dylan Moore has 33-inch arms too. Like they just gave him $20 million guaranteed, and he's got 33-inch arms. So Josh Simmons has 33. Ariante, I believe, is about 34, 33 and a half, something like that. So he has the requisite length, and both of these guys, it's about how you use that length, right? And a lot of these players, if you have 33-inch arms and it's becoming a big problem for you, that's where you see the concern. It's, I think, a good player for the Chiefs at tackle if they have a good grade on him. The 33-inch arms aren't going to mean as much as that you see like out of Kingsley, who's got to develop, but he has all the raw tools to be able to do it.
We're talking to Daniel Harms, analyst for the Draft Network here on Cody and Gold. All right, when the Chiefs brought back Kareem Hunt, I was a little nervous because I said, well, does this mean they're not going to draft a running back? What's your take on that, and is there an explosive back that comes to mind for you? Because we all watched this team a year ago. They got to find some more explosiveness at that position.
Absolutely. Really, if you look at this room in 2026, there's going to be nobody. There's nobody there. There's no running back they have on the roster that is currently contracted for the 2026 season. So they have to still draft one, bring in possibly two running backs that are rookies that are younger. It really depends on how they want to, build the room. Do they want one guy that can handle everything? So you have a couple of options, or they want to build a room that has, someone that's more of a pass catcher, third down back, but somebody else like DJ Giddens out of Kansas State, who I believe is going to be a fantastic first and second down running back. She just needs a lot of development as a pass catcher and a pass protector. So you bring in, maybe somebody like Rashad Smith. But both of these guys, the SMU running back, who has done a fantastic job in the pre-draft process, showcased 19 touchdowns this past year at SMU. Former wide receiver. He has, I think, a lot of the tools to become a third down back. Well, obviously, he's a fantastic pass catcher, explosive, and he's got really good running back feel. Giddens, on the other hand, one of the guys I just mentioned, is far better in terms of already developing some of the zone power concepts where he has the vision, the speed, and then he has the ability in space to string moves together, make guys miss. The problem is that he doesn't have very good pass protection skills, and he doesn't catch the football as well as you'd like. But if they want to build the room in a way where you have one guy that can do everything, I think Quinshon Judkins out of Ohio State makes a lot of sense for them. You've got Devin Neal, who can also do all those things out of Kansas. So there's a couple of different ways that this class can really allow them to go about it. And if they're willing to spend a first-round pick or a second-round pick on one of these running backs, you have a total package in a guy like Caleb Johnson out of Iowa, Omarion Hampton out of UNC if he falls down the draft. So there's a lot of different ways they can go about this.
I always feel like I ask people who they like. Who do you hate? Like, you're like, all right, I don't want the Chiefs to take this guy. Like, I know people like him, but please don't do it.
I don't know if there's anybody that I've watched so far that I hate, but there's a couple of names like Jaquindon Jackson out of Arkansas who's getting a little bit of buzz right now. He's power. He doesn't have the best vision. I like Cam Scatteraboo. I do. I love what he does. I'm a little concerned about the athletic ability at the NFL level. I don't know if there's anybody that I've watched that I just hate, but those are a couple of players that I would be a little underwhelmed if I saw the Chiefs draft them.
What about on the defensive line? We understand everyone continues to tell us it is an incredibly deep defensive line. I want to ask you a follow-up. Do you think it's deeper like defensive tackle, at edge? Like, where can the Chiefs attack this draft if there are this many defensive linemen available?
They can do it at both, really. The defensive tackle class, I think in terms of the guys that have the well-rounded game, there's a little bit fewer, more first-round picks that you're going to see with some upside. Guys like Kenneth Grant that have been just have the upside. He's a really good run defender. He has the length, the athleticism, but the pass rush skills are still developing. And then you get down into the day two, some of the day three guys, you start to spread out. Like we see this all the time with the draft, where you have some pass rush specialists and you have some guys that are really good run defenders. And then on the edge side, I think that this is so unique where we're starting to see more players come up out of nowhere where they're Olada Oluwafemi Oladejo was one of my favorite
Good for you
players
for
at
pronouncing.
UCLA. It took me a lot of time,
Yeah.
a lot of practice to be able to get there at this point. So he's one of my favorite defensive ends in this class, a former linebacker, and he played defensive end in high school. They asked him at UCLA to play linebacker, so he did that. And then this past year, 2 games in, they said, no, you're going to play defensive end, and you can see all the raw skills as a pass rusher. But honestly, he's got a much higher floor than I think people expected as a run defender, and what I expected. So you've got him. You've got some bigger body types, probably in the day 2 range, like Princely Umanmielen out of Ole Miss, his teammate Jared Ivey. Like there's so many different body types, skill sets. So this class itself, from both defensive tackle and defensive end, the Chiefs are going to find some players on day 1, day 2, even day 3 that can really help the future of their defensive line.
We're talking to Daniel Harms from the Draft Network. Locally, we know there's a lot of Missouri Tiger fans keeping an eye on Luther Burden. There's a lot of Chiefs fans keeping an eye on Luther Burden. What's the latest with him? I mean, I feel like the stock keeps going down, and then is it an overreaction? Where do you actually believe Luther Burden is going to go, and is the fall warranted if that's the case?
So I still think he's going to go in the first round. I believe in my last mock I had him going in the first round still. It's for me, when I watch him, it's hard to separate some of the schematic problems with the offense with the effort concerns that I had coming into the season for Luther Burden. Because there were still on tape times where he just doesn't run his route fully. He cuts it off early. He rounds his routes. They're not as sharp as you'd like to see. And then you can compound that with some of the offensive struggles they had this past year, where he's basically this glorified underneath threat with a couple of deep balls there every now and then. And it's hard to parse that through a guy who doesn't play on the outside at all. And then you want him to do everything in the NFL. So I think the fall is a little bit warranted. Again, I was a little under on him coming into the season, and there wasn't a ton of development from the wide receiver side specifically that made me think he should be higher. But what you see right now is what you're going to get, and that's an immediate impact player with the ball in his hands at the NFL level. Like, he has already the spatial awareness, the physical tools after the catch down the field, the body control, ball tracking. So he's still going to be someone that can, in my opinion, goes in the first round based on pure talent alone. There's just a lot more refining to do with his wide receiver skill set that someone's going to have to either project or get in there and say, well, what's going on? What was going on with you at Missouri? Where is some of these effort concerns coming in on tape? So that's what was hard to parse out for me specifically, is trying to identify those different things. But the skills are all there, and that's why he's still going to go in the first round.
Big picture draft stuff. Just curiosity, what your thoughts are on Russell Wilson ending up a Giant. Do you think that they're out on no Shedeur? No, I guess maybe Cam Ward's going to go 1. So, are they out on that game?
It kind of feels like they might think that Shedeur goes 2 to the Browns if you bring in 2 1-year deal contracts for quarterbacks in Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson, but I don't think it's going to prevent them from drafting Shedeur if he's there at 3. And I don't think it should. There's no reason it should. If you love him as a team, and again, for both of these guys, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, they're like 1A and 1B for me. I don't care if you have one over the other. I have Shedeur as the 1A just based off of his accuracy. And I think while he gets himself into trouble at times, I won't say at times, it's a lot, he does have the skills to still manage the pocket. Maybe the arm strength isn't everything you want to see. But I think he's working on his release to get better at that. So if the Giants feel like he's still the quarterback that they want to draft and he's there at 3, it wouldn't shock me at all if they still draft him. It does feel like they might think the Browns are in a situation where they actually could end up drafting Shedeur, and they don't want to be without somebody that maybe can start for them.
That's just like a wild quarterback room. Jameis Winston, Russell Wilson, and Shedeur Sanders. I guess just go ahead and make them hard knocks now.
Please, right? Give us. I want a camera on those 3 at all times. That would be gold.
Oh, it would be absolutely incredible. What's the chances though of them deciding not to take a quarterback, the Giants, and all of a sudden then they go and they trade back in the first round, or they wait till the second round and somebody like Jackson Dart is actually who they go with?
I don't know if trading back makes sense for them. They probably draft Travis Hunter and then pair him. Again, at this high, I'm taking Travis Hunter and I'm playing him wide receiver.
Trade back into the first round. Sorry, not trade back in the first. Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense.
I got you. So this Jackson Dart stuff, man. And I don't hate any prospect. I want them all to prove me wrong. I'm just not a Jackson Dart fan.
Fair.
I think that if you want to draft him, you should be there in the second round. But also, if he's gone in the first round, just draft like a Will Howard on day 3 or a Riley Leonard. I don't think there's a ton of physical tool difference between those 3 quarterbacks to say, well, we want to trade up to get Jackson Dart. And when you look at what Ole Miss does from a schematic perspective, they don't ask a lot of Jackson Dart. Now, I will say I was surprised with his physicality as a runner and his vision as a runner on tape. But when we watch him actually throw the football and go through reads, there's far too often where he's just waiting. He's waiting. And you can't wait in the NFL. The game speeds up. You can't get to your second read 5 seconds later or when the play finally breaks down and you move out of the pocket. You have to be able to go not just half read, full field read at times, but also get the ball out quickly, which we know Ole Miss does. They scheme all that stuff up as well. So I think that if the Giants traded back into the first round for a Jackson Dart, that would be a little bit of a mistake on their part. But overall, these teams are going to do whatever they want to do. And I think that what we're seeing with, Tyler Shuck and even, Jackson Dart to an extent with getting these talks pre-draft are reminding me a lot of the draft with Malik Willis, who again, he was going to the Lions like in the top 10 or what it was. Just teams, I think, learn from that experience, and they're going to be like, okay, we'll probably evaluate these guys a little bit different. But if Dart goes in the first round, I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
Daniel Harms, analyst for the Draft Network. Great insight on the Chiefs and the draft as a whole. We're counting down to draft day there in Green Bay. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you having me.
That was Daniel Harms. Again, big thanks to him for taking the time to join the show. You are listening to 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ, FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, and Odyssey Sports Station. So we are awaiting John Sherman. He is going to be speaking here shortly, Royals chairman and CEO, just about the Royals season. Could potentially also be talking about the stadium stuff as well. Again, tomorrow, Alex and Cody will be out at the K, just outside of Gate D. If you're heading out there, be sure to stop by, say what's up, and say hello to them. While we await John Sherman, again, should just be happening here momentarily. What are you looking forward the most to the Royals season, just with opening day in general? The crack of the bat, it's a day game. Obviously, to start things off with, it's just to be out in warm weather again and have an excuse to be outside is something that I think I'm looking forward to the most. Obviously, there's a lot of anticipation, a lot of expectation, and other things like that as well. As now, we're going to end the show now. Cody and Gold outside Gate D tomorrow. We'll catch you later. Here is Royals chairman and CEO John Sherman.
I spent more time in Surprise than I normally do, and I thought we had a great camp. A little bit different in that I think, very confident group, I would say. I think about it last year. I think we thought we'd added some tools to the team, and that we had hopes for making the playoffs. I would say that this group expects to be in the postseason, which is a great thing. And tomorrow, so we had a great camp tomorrow, opening day. And while I think about it as it's certainly about baseball, but it's about a lot more than baseball. It's about the best of Kansas City, in my view. It's Greater Kansas City Day. It's Kansas City Appreciation Day, and it's really a celebration of our team and of this great game and our great community. And it's a lot of hoopla tomorrow, but to me, it's one of 162, and eventually we settle in. Baseball becomes the heartbeat of the summer, and if we're lucky, we'll be playing baseball in October. One thing before I turn this back to Sam for Q&A, certainly there's been a lot of interest in our stadium process over the last few weeks and days, and I'm really grateful for that there's that much interest and passion and care about not just what we do on the field, but this really important process of selecting a new home for the Royals. So I'm grateful for that. I would say that the speculation seems to have been heightened in the last few days. I would tell you a couple things about that. Whatever the source of that speculation, it didn't come from us. And when we have something to talk about, we're going to be ready to talk about that. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
John, I wonder, over the course of the offseason, JJ was pretty open about wanting to find a middle of the order bat power. That obviously didn't work out. I wonder what your confidence level is in the offense you have right now, and kind of how you saw those negotiations play out over the course of the offseason.
About particularly that quest for a bat, middle of the order bat. Yeah, certainly that was one of the things that we felt would really improve our team, and I think it's been written about. We gave it the old college try here. We went after a couple of people, and I think we expanded the view of investment when we thought about that. But when we didn't get that, I think if you think about, we got a lot of, one of the things JJ's been great about, he's brought some people in around him. Roster construction, I think, is really a strength of JJ's. How do you put together a team capable of getting to the postseason and then ultimately advancing in the postseason? If you think about our team, the back of the bullpen was really the best way that we could add, short of a really, a big bat in the middle of the order. It was really adding to the back of the bullpen. So he shifted gears, and that's when we signed Carlos Estevez. And, if you think about our team, certainly the young core will improve. Jonathan India at the top of the order, I think that's going to be a difference maker. If any of you have been surprised, I think our fans are going to love the way this guy plays. He's a competitor. He's a gamer. He wants to win. But then also we have an elite rotation that for the most part is returning. And the bullpen is going to be we have to suit up and play 162, right? But on paper, we should be much stronger, certainly than we were in the first half of the season, and really even with the bullpen that we closed. When you think about Hunter Harvey, Urseg, and Estevez in the back, and then Zerpa's been solid, Jonathan Schreiber, others, I really feel good about not only our starters that will keep us in the game, but having a group that can help us close out games.
John, you guys were aggressive in signing several players, to lucrative deals this offseason. Will that same aggressiveness be paramount if the team, needs to go out and get over the hump this season?
Repeat the first part of the
question. Just like being aggressive, signing several different guys this offseason. Will you continue that?
Last offseason?
Yeah. Will you continue that aggressive mindset?
Yeah, I think we're willing to do what it takes to put a winning team on the field, right? And so our approach this year, we did go out, and JJ had some specific objectives. This year, though, was to stabilize the rotation again. We signed Waka, right out of the blocks. We brought back Michael Lorenzen. Those were two big adds. And then, of course, we had the depth. We'd had enough depth where we could trade a really good player, a good pitcher like Brady Singer to help our team in other ways. So I think that leadoff spot, I think you're going to see a totally different. I mean, if you've been down in spring training, not only is he getting on base, I think he had the fourth most walks in the league last year. I think second lowest chase rate, something like that. But he's given Bobby a better look. Bobby watching Jonathan India hit him is preparing him for his at bat better than we had in the past. So I would say, when you think about payroll, we went after we were willing to spend some money this offseason, right? I think it's been written about, and most of that, I would say most of what was written about was true. But we didn't get it, we didn't get it done. And so then we kind of refocused on making our team better in the way that we thought we could. One thing I would say about JJ, and if you've observed him since he took this job, he is trying to make our team better every single day. And I mean literally every single day. And sometimes it's by a lot, and sometimes it's by a little. And you think about what he did. We made the playoffs by one game. And you think about what he did down the stretch, right? When Vinny got hurt, we get Yuli Gurriel, we signed Tommy Pham, Robbie Grossman, all of those guys, we got in by one game, and all of those guys helped us get there. And you get in by one, you get the opportunity to go to Baltimore and win a series on the road in a hostile environment against a good team. And that changes, I think, the DNA of the team. So that's another thing. So, JJ, I don't really just give JJ a payroll number. I say, look, here are some guidelines, but if there are opportunities to make us better, we're going to be willing to invest in this thing. So that's kind of how we've approached it, I think, the last 2 years, and that's how we'll continue to approach it. And certainly want to build, think about the opportunity we have here with with a superstar like Bobby Witt. You know, this would be the first of his arbitration years, right, Sam, if we hadn't signed him. And so this is a really key period where he's in what would have been his arbitration year, so it's he's performing at an extremely high level. We have cost certainty on those years, and it's cost effective, and really a time we want to surround him with talent to try to do something special for our fans.
John, I realize this is pretty open-ended, but I wonder if you might be able to sum up in some way what you guys need to learn to be able to get more clarity and traction on where you're headed with the stadium process.
What we need to learn?
Yeah. What are the key variables that are in play that you're trying to reconcile?
I would just say, first off, it's a complicated process, and they all are. You can look around the country. And then we have multiple opportunities on both sides of the state line, and it's just a process. I think I feel really, really good about. I have empathy for people that feel like the process isn't clarified, but I feel really, really good about the process. I feel really, really good about the team that we've got on this, both internally and then the outside experts that we've hired. And I feel like we've got really a solid group of potential partners that are trying very hard to do something. And so this is a tough decision for us. But I think that I don't think it's helpful to talk about things in this particular context before we're ready to kind of talk about something that's buttoned up.
And with that, I mean, I may have missed this, but I don't feel like I'm hearing you emphasize a timeline, maybe the way you had in the past. I mean, what would you say about that?
Well, I think we have a stated objective of being able to talk about a specific location. I'm calling it, the middle of the calendar year in that June-July period.
Sam. Yeah, a couple follow-ups on that. You mentioned multiple opportunities on both sides of the state line. Is this Sprint campus, is Washington Square Park still among those opportunities that you?
I won't comment on those. And again, it's out of respect for the process and our partners. To be fair to all of them.
Is it all a possibility? Do you envision any scenario in which you're playing baseball at Kauffman Stadium after the current season?
I don't think so. We talked about that. That would be a low-cost option. That would be that wouldn't be really solving the long-term solution that we need to really sustain ourselves. In my view, to make sure we have a world-class facility for a Major League Baseball franchise that wants to compete at the highest level for the next few decades.
The last one I had on that, but you had mentioned early on just this vision of downtown baseball and potentially revitalizing downtown. I recognize that was what you guys went to the voters with and that they turned it down, but do you still have that same vision? I mean, do you still have the same thoughts about what that could do for downtown Kansas City?
I think that's certainly one of the things that might work. I think we need to make what is the best decision for the team and for the community, and there are variables out there. But I think, more broadly, I would say whether it's urban or whether it's really high density, where we have the opportunity to create vibrancy and economic activity around it, not just the 81 nights, but 365 days a year.
Mr. Sherman, you alluded to a minute ago about spending some more time down in Surprise. I was around in '84 when the Royals made it playoffs, got swept by the Detroit Tigers, went on and won the World Series. The next year the Royals had that amazing World Series run. And you could just tell, talking to the guys going into '85, that there was a whole new vibe. It was like, yes, we're only going to be happy with the World Series. Now, I'm not wanting you to predict the World Series, but do you get that vibe when you're talking to Matt and when you're talking to the players like this? This is a year that they really, really feel like they have a shot.
I think it's a group that thinks they think they're capable of winning it all. But there's a lot of things that have to go your way for some. But I mean, I think, we have a stated objective to make this team more competitive on a sustainable and consistent basis, based upon the idea that the more times you get in the tournament, the more opportunities you do have to win a championship, which is the ultimate goal. Interestingly, I don't know if this is, maybe Sam, you can check me on this, but I think that we've never not made the playoffs the year after we returned to the playoffs. Is that right? In the history of the franchise, I think it's been always in at least two back-to-back year segments, 14-15 being the most recent. So we'll see what happens in 24-25.
Neil, was that your hand that's on?
Yeah. What does winning do for the people's attitude towards you and towards this franchise and the excitement surrounding this franchise?
I'm sorry.
What is winning? You guys invested
winning?
money last year. You guys
Winning?
won last year.
Yeah,
How does that change the way people look at y'all?
Yeah, winning is why we're in this business, right? We talk about all this other stuff, but our core business is to win baseball games. And yeah, the excitement, what we got to do, it's fragile. We've talked about this a little bit. We got in by one game, right? And I think it's been talked about we were down 8-1 to Seattle. We came back and beat them, and they'd had the tiebreaker against us had they won that game. So it's the margins are thin. But no, winning is what JJ likes to say. I mean, we're in the entertainment business, right? And winning is entertaining in this business for sure.
John, I know you don't know specifics yet, John, when it comes to a new stadium, but do you have an idea, funding-wise, how much of the stadium you would like for it to be publicly funded, and how much of it you would like to be privately funded?
I think that kind of depends on I expect that we'll have a good public partner. I would expect that we will be a very large investor in both the stadium and certainly around it. But that's a hard question to answer right now, just because of the status of the negotiations with multiple parties.
And the speculation that you talked about before you opened it up for Sam to talk to reporters to ask you questions, are you talking about the Asperia news release that came out yesterday saying that they are not in discussions with you guys about you guys building your ballpark at 100?
I think that was one of the things that came out in the last few days, but there have been more than that and some other things. I'm just talking about that whole kind of category that's been in the news over the last 3-4 days. Asperia being one of them.
Cool. We good? All right. Thanks, John.
Thank you. Where's Salvi?
That was the owner of the Kansas City Royals, John Sherman, having a press conference. Welcome in. You are listening to The Drive on 96.5 The Fan, 96.5thefan.com, and also the Odyssey app. I would give you a proper introduction. I guess we'll get to that coming up in just a bit. Let's react to what we heard from the Royals. I would say there were two main talking points. I know that some of you want us to put the stadium conversation in the cupboard and only open the cupboard when they've made a decision. That's not how this is going to be covered. This is one of the biggest decisions from a civic standpoint in our lifetime. Where is the next stadium going to be? I was born when the stadium was there. I've never had these conversations before. There are a lot of you that are in the exact same circle that I'm in. So this is all a very, very new conversation for a lot of people, and I don't think that we are coming anywhere close to the conclusion of it. There was a baseball point from what we just heard from John Sherman. There was a stadium point from what we heard from John Sherman. He did not sound as emphatic about downtown baseball in that press conference as he has before. Now, maybe this is me thinking back to his original press conference, and there certainly has been a lot of things that have happened since then. But he was very, very emphatic that his vision included downtown baseball. Now, maybe they are still in negotiations. There was a report earlier today where the mayor of Kansas City says that they are prepared to give the Royals $1 billion to help fund a new stadium and stadium project, and they don't need a vote to get it passed. $1 billion is a lot of money to build a baseball stadium and will pay for a large portion of what they are trying to do. but he did not sound as emphatic about downtown baseball. He was asked it very specifically from Sam McDowell of the Kansas City Star, who asked to me the biggest question. Hey, you guys this entire time have maintained that you want to be in downtown Kansas City, Missouri. Is that still the case? He did not sound committed about that. Not to say they are not having those conversations, but he certainly didn't lock them into our plan is to be in Washington Square, Washington Park, or anywhere surrounding it. I think that was a very interesting part of it. He talked about the public-private partnership of it. We are going to help pay for some of the stadium. I know that we hate giving billionaires money, and that's not where we think our tax dollars should go. If you live in Kansas or Missouri, some of your tax dollars is going to help pay for the baseball stadium. That is just the way that business works in America. I also thought what he said about the baseball team was very interesting. He talked about how they tried to build their roster and how they tried to attack it this offseason. And I do think that the Royals tried to make a play to help solidify the middle of their lineup. We talked about this yesterday. You got Bobby Witt Jr. in the middle of your lineup. You've got Vinny Pasquantino, and you're looking for that third bat. Could that bat be MJ Melendez? We'll see as the season progresses. Could that be Kyle Isbell? We'll see as the season progresses. But I do think the Royals made a very serious play to try to get that impact bat in the middle of the lineup. And I think they found out, hey, it's a supply and demand. Everybody's looking for that. Everybody is looking for a certified run producer in the middle of their lineup. It costs a lot. I think the Royals put some feelers out there, tried to get a gauge of what it was going to cost to fill that position. They realized that it was too rich for their blood. They backed away from the table, and they started to focus their resources elsewhere. They went out and got Jonathan India. They went out and tried to help solidify their bullpen. So impact bats in the middle of their lineup is still going to be a question. But I do think the Royals tried to be aggressive in trying to find that bat in the middle of the lineup, and I just don't think the business and the finances ended up working for the Kansas City Royals. I think today is a great day if you are a Royals fan. You are going into it with the same level of uncertainty about the baseball stadium, but I'm willing to put that aside for right now. They are 25 hours away from starting a season. One of their most anticipated seasons, if not their most anticipated season since winning the World Series a decade ago. People are hopeful about this baseball team. People are optimistic about this team. Opening day is sold out for tomorrow. The weather should hold up and be a great day. It is the hope and optimism of spring. The Royals are 0-0, and not just fake hope and fake optimism based on what you saw last year, based on some of the offseason moves, based on what they accomplished last season. You have legitimate reason to go into this year excited about the Royals and with the hope and belief that they can be a really good baseball team. Coming up on the other side, Rob, let's keep the baseball conversation going. We will give you a random lineup as we get ready for opening day. We'll have a formal introduction of the show. And why don't we go through what I think the Royals checklist is for the